Hello, I'm Sumaya Ibrahim, joining from Kano.
Good morning, my distinguished professors, lecturers, students, and our invited guests. Thank you for coming for today's session of the first Pan-African Psychology Union Higher Education Conference. So we're starting now. I would like you to fill up the gaps in front of you, please. Ushers, please help us with the sitting arrangements. Please, if you have a chair in front of you, please, can you fill it up? Thank you. If you have a chair in front of you, please fill up the gaps. Thank you. My name is Ogochukwu Naji. So today, we are on the second day of our conference. I'll be inviting Doto to come and take off from here. After that, we'll rise for the national anthem. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I see the faces of those who are happy this morning? Can you wave, please? Beautiful. Thank you very much. It's another new day. Allow me to greet you in this way. Good morning, friends. Praise Lord. Assalamu alaikum. It's beautiful and wonderful to be here again today. For those who are here yesterday, we had a very beautiful session with the student summit agendas. And we had also Professor South Cooper's inaugural lecture. And today, again, we're going to the opening ceremony as we're going to again to begin our day in Pan-African psychology. Our motto on our theme that oh, come on guys, psychology education in Africa. Now I think for better of our presence and energy in this house, when I say this, please just stand and shout and say our theme, psychology education in Africa. I doubt, but as well, we're gonna get there. Thank you very much. We are soon going to start our session. And before that, I would like maybe to comment on what my colleague has just said. We will be having ushers who make sure that everyone is safe in here and the sitting arrangements as well. So please feel again and again, I would like to make this announcement We have restrooms behind on my right. Please feel free to visit those places whenever you want. We now to do something quickly before we begin our session. Allow me to ask you to do something, but 1 minute, please say hi to your neighbor. Just 1 minute, say hi to your neighbor, at least 3, and then we'll continue. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, members, allow me to begin our session this morning. Allow me now to start by recognizing the president or the representative from Nigeria. Okay, thank you. Allow me to recognize of the day, Professor Seth Cooper. A hand of applause, please. Allow me to recognize the presence of the president of Pan-African Psychology Union, Professor Andrew Zamani, and of recognize the presence of Dr. none other but Eve Thompson of Psychology Sciences. Allow me to recognize the presence of from different departments. Can I have the list, please? Allow me to recognize the different associations, and in Africa, let me recognize the presence of members from Nigeria, NPA. Hand of applause, please. Allow me to recognize the hand of applause, please. Members from Ghana, Thank you. Members from Cameroon. Members from Ethiopia, Angola, Switzerland, Tanzania, and we have also people from the Bahamas. Head of applause, please. May I also recognize the presence of the media platforms, the media guys. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure this morning to have you again in the opening ceremony for our Congress this year, 2025, here in Abuja. Now, at this juncture, allow me to go into sing our national anthem. Welcome.
Thank you, Dotto. Thank you.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Tribe and tongue make it work. In brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all serve our sovereign mother. Shall be a symbol and truth and justice spread. So speak on this day. Stay. Oh God.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for yesterday's program. You all did well. Thank you for your patience, your time. Please, can you give yourselves a round of applause? Thank you. So I'll welcome the President, Pan-African Psychology Union, Professor Andrew Zamani, to come and give us his welcome address. Thank you. Please, can we keep clapping? Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. The chairman of this occasion, Professor Sat Kuka, our keynote speaker, Secretary General of the International Union of Psychological Science. Let me stand on the distinguished list to the first. We have decided that this is the best way to go in view of the miles we have covered with regards to building and developing the Pan-African Psychology Union. For many years, we considered issues of development, both for ourselves as an organization, for our member countries, as well as for individual psychologists. Today, we realize that it will be an exercise in futility if we do not make room for posterity. And the posterity is here. Today, you have gathered in this room lecturers and students. You have practitioners and friends of psychology. Therefore, we believe in common agenda setting and visioning. We have gathered here to really look at issues that will lead us into the next dispensation. That is dispensation that makes psychology truly relevant to humanity. The psychology that we have Afro-American, and I don't mince word to say that. And so the theories we have taught, the subject, are crafted around the Euro-American paradigms. And so it's been very, very difficult to mainstream psychology into the African Union's development agenda. Is to meet the targets of the Millennium Development Goals of 2015. And now the United Nations has set another agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. That one of the reasons why is because psychology is in the pursuit of this agenda. We have come up here in Abuja, Nigeria, to say that we have the knowledge, we have the skills, we have the resources, the human resource to get involved and to make. While looking at the curricula that we teach in various African universities, examining their relevance to our current challenges, we are also saying that it is seriously by ensuring that psychologists who have offered themselves for more than 50 years to be partners in development should be entertained, should be accepted, and given the pride of men. This is one of the issues. The second issue is the fact that we are getting so overwhelmed by development challenges that accept foreign solutions to our problems. I'll give you an example. Many years ago, some of our governors, especially the northern governors, did tell us on television that the way they were dealing with the trauma arising from Boko Haram invasion or insurgency in the Northeast was by inviting American. Now, I make bold to say that the most proficient professor of psychology or practitioner, 40% capacity to treat trauma in Nigeria or to treat trauma in Africa. And in this culture, there is a language, and every language has spirit. Therefore, that assumption was a false assumption, and it was a misplaced expectation. So ever since, we have risen to the occasion, and we have said, yes, our brothers in all other parts of the world, they have the knowledge, and we are glad to accept their role in capacity building, all right? But the services will be delivered by us. This is the reason why we are here, to check the curricula of respective African universities. What do they look like? How do they look like? What are the gaps? In what way do they meet current needs? And how can we project for our respective countries the solutions for the emerging problems, which of course sometimes we see, but we cannot predict how they evolve. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to look at all of these issues and to plug the gaps and to rise with a solution that will be defined in what I call basic minimum academic standards. Now, if that happens, this is what we're going to sell to the regulatory agencies of tertiary education. Now, the expectation is that we'll proceed with the kind of training that meets needs, training that solves problems. And by so doing, psychology will occupy a prime place of the African Union. I think you should clap for African psychology. Now, having said that, we want to break grounds to ensure that the people that we train today, our brothers and sisters, not in skin, not only in heart, but in their commitment to a common cause. And so we hope will evolve with regards to a common curriculum in different countries to accept psychologies that are African. And so we, with the Regional Development Commission, that there is a portability of the professions. a psychologist that is trained in Nigeria, psychologist that is trained in Ghana should be accepted, Mauritania, in Tunisia, and future we are creating for all of you. Those of you who are our students. Now I take this opportunity to rise to this challenge. We have rested for too long. There's no more time. You have to rise and to be counted. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased that the chairman of today's occasion process for what is happening today, Professor Sata Stephen Cooper, the founding president of the Pan-African Psychology Union and of former president of the Psychological Society of South Africa, but also from the policy perspective as the chief administrator of the International Union of Psychological Science. Yesterday, Dr. Ioana Muvai told us, yes, we can. And you can see in Dr. Eva Thompson that there are limitless possibilities, and we are determined and we work hard towards the goals that we set for ourselves. Dr. Eva Thompson, welcome to Nigeria. And I hope you have enjoyed your time so far. Ladies and gentlemen, I therefore have the honor to welcome you all to this august occasion. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Zamani. With a stand ovation and a round of applause. Cooper, here is the past president remark and open declaration. Please, very much, Prof.
Of all of you gathered here and online, I'm pleased to open the second day, but at the opening ceremony of the Pan-African and Nigerian Psychological Association joint activity, which is going to be a standing topic until we achieve that which the President Zamani has taken us through. Until we have a psychology that is relevant to our needs at a national, continental, and global level, we will continue this work, because we cannot allow the geopolitics of uncertainty, the domination of a country or a few to continue to impact what they tried and failed to achieve through colonization. But we have our own problems and issues, and therefore we will commit ourselves to ensuring that the understanding of our behavior is through our eyes and our research and our set of interventions. With that, I want to formally declare this opening ceremony with your participation and involvement, so that we can continue to have the kinds of inputs that you already started giving and will give for today and tomorrow. This session is declared open.
Thank you, Professor South Cooper, for such a short, wonderful opening remarks. This is really not important. Prof. South Cooper, there's something that happened yesterday. When the video was played, someone shouted at the behind that this dude was very handsome, and I told her he is still handsome. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I would love now to take you to the session that there are a bit of changes, but you bear with us. But we'll go well until the close up of the day. We're going now to the keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Dr. Eve Thompson. Please, Eva Thompson, come up here, please. A round of applause. And please allow me to welcome Professor Collins. Professor Collins, please come up here. A round of applause. Please, Professor, take charge. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Eva Thompson, I guess you are wondering why we have called you. Zamani is full of surprises, and the organizers want to appreciate who you are as a person. And we can't do this better than letting people know what you've been up to, who you are, and what you've been doing for humanity. And so at this point, I have the singular honor, as part of the prelude to today's program, just to say a few words about the beautiful woman, the beautiful human and humane person that we have in our midst. This person I'm talking about is a licensed clinical psychologist and associate professor in her institution, the University of the Bahamas. They say the head always carries the rest. If you are a true African, you understand why if you kill a snake, and you don't remove the head, you've not done anything. She's had the privilege of serving as the head of Department of Psychology, Sociology, and Social Work. These are cognate disciplines linked to their coordination. She has served as the coordinator of the psychology program and also chair of the research task force. She served as a member of the Institutional Review Board and School of Social Science Senator in the university's inaugural academic senate. If you are here and you are a woman striving to get up there, please take inspiration from what you are hearing. Her professional psychological activities reflect a macro level discipline that focus with both national, regional, and international psychological engagement. Currently, as we are speaking, she is our lead. She is the Secretary General of the Global Voice International Union of Psychological Science. And this is a role she'll be playing all the way to 2026. She started shouldering this role in 2022. Indeed, she is going to, and she has been supporting the Global Voice of Psychology. She had previously served as a member of the executive committee for nearly a decade, 9 years, before assuming the role of a Secretary General. Dr. Thompson, as you see here, is the past president of the Bahamas Psychological Association, BPA, and a founding president of the Caribbean Alliance of National Psychological Associations. More or less the compatriot of Papu in that particular region. She knows how to initiate, how to implement, and how to sustain the gains, especially in our profession. Current scholarship includes perspective on Bahamian and Caribbean psychology, indigenous models of child and adolescent and young adult mental health, and integration of human rights framework into culturally relevant psychological education and training. And this indeed indicates her level of inclusivity, how she wants representation when it comes to global psychology, as well as influencing humanity as a whole. Her recent publications with her colleagues has focused on psychology's response in COVID-19 pandemic. She has served as a reviewer of multiple publications, and obviously you agree with me, she's been a practitioner academic, and that is why she continued to be very influential. Additional professional priorities involve promoting youth mental health and well-being with a focus on the family as well as child care, education, and juvenile justice systems. Dr. Thompson, we know how you have impacted many people, especially when it comes to disasters and post-disaster intervention efforts. Remember that of the many interventions that you have led and supported other agencies to do. We must say that your membership and active involvement in MHPSS steering committee is one that has been highly recognized. Your national engagement, including Health Professions Council, HPC, UNESCO, National Committee and advisory roles and others are the many that we can say. But above all, one of the things that we love about her readiness, though busy, to be available. She's always ready to be available. She has knack for mentorship. And I must say her mentoring and collaborative scorecard is one that we truly admire. Please, I want to hear you with a tenderous applause, each one of us, to clap for this woman we are rendering this citation for. So we thank you very much. And we must say this is just a prelude to the keynote speaking that you are going to do. So thank you very much. And I'll invite our dear MC to just usher you in. You can just set up your projector, your laptop, and then we'll give you the opportunity to go ahead and do your presentation. Please keep clapping for her while she set up her machine to start her keynote speaking.
Once again, a big round of applause for Professor Collins. Come on, guys. 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 It was such a wonderful citation from Professor Collins. I know our media guys, you're ready to support Dr. Eva Thompson for the presentation. Thank you very much. Please get set. Doctor, you're most welcome.
Thank you. Colleagues, I need to take a moment because I have never had such an introduction.
Tracy.
Oh, it is going to be one to remember. Thank you very much, Collins. Greetings, 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 colleagues. It is my profound privilege and pleasure to give this keynote address as Secretary General of the International Union of Psychological Science at PAPU's inaugural Higher Education Conference on Psychology, Education, and Training. While I am here in my official capacity as SecGen, I would like to take a few minutes to make brief remarks on a more personal nature and share a bit about my background and my worldview. I beg your grace and your indulgence. It is immensely heartwarming as an Afro-Caribbean psychologist to be here in this moment, to connect, to be grounded, as we celebrate the resurgence in African-Caribbean cooperation. My soul is embracing this moment in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, which continues to promote the well-being of our peoples and contribute to the redesign of the world in which we live. All with the aim to ensure a future grounded in pluralism, justice, equity, and responsible stewardship. I am at peace also because of the renewed sense of belonging and the opportunity to express gratitude to our ancestors and to you, my brothers and sisters. Before I begin to express that gratitude, let me provide a little context on my contemporary origins. First slide, please. Second, please. As Collins has said, as has our MC, I hail from the Bahamas, a large archipelago in the Caribbean, in the Atlantic hurricane belt. We have a population of less than 500,000 people. So we are a very small country. Our country is one of those countries in the world where no indigenous people survived the European encounter. We are 88 to 91% of African descent, 69% Protestant, mostly Christian. We have a high cost of living. We've had over 100 years of enslavement, followed by over 140 years of colonialism. We achieved majority rule in 1967, independence in 1973, and our first college was established in 1974, 1 year after independence. We are now recognized by the United Nations as a small island developing state. Now for my moment of gratitude with that background. First, I would like to acknowledge the extraordinary resilience and indomitable spirit of our ancestors, whose cultural knowledge and practices were lifelines during the atrocities of enslavement and colonialism. The cultural retentions and innovations over the centuries laid the foundation for our communities to thrive and not just survive. I give thanks for their agency that makes it possible for me to be here today. The strength and the wisdom in the Caribbean, on the continent, and in other spaces are critical components in the narrative of humanity's story, but they have not yet been added as they should. Second, I recognize the gifts of contemporary African culture, art, music, literature, dance, customs, and values that have informed my worldviews and my sense of self. Despite the many challenges in our world, it has also reminded me of the importance of staying connected to my heritage despite the historical erasures. As I arrived here in Abuja at the airport, one of the airport employees said, "Well, welcome home." No doubt, he assumed I was Nigerian, but he didn't. I interacted with Nigerians and colleagues, not the music that was playing, but the music that we in the Caribbean call suck teeth. Many other places in the world don't do that. And so it is a reminder of those African retention that are still with us in the Caribbean. Dr. Cooper laughed at me at breakfast yesterday morning. Childhood dish that we ate. So I was at breakfast and I African retention in the Caribbean of that connectedness. Psychologists who were among the major inspiration via their scholarship navigate the reacculturation journey upon my return to the Bahamas as a newly minted psychologist seeking to reduce the identity profession disconnect associated with efforts to apply my training in an ahistorical, acultural, and acontextual psychology to the Bahamian society and people. They directly influence my professional development, including my areas of scholarship. Additional African psychologists, including Dr. Sats Cooper, continued to provide invaluable guidance, collegiality, and a sense of belonging, along with the message, "You were made for this." So for these reasons, I say a most heartfelt thank you. That spirit of gratitude for cultural heritage and traditional knowledge is directly related to the key topics that is the focus of my presentation. The union's approach to transforming psychology education and training, and I will say PET, throughout this presentation, by placing a priority on preserving diversity, cultural heritage, and cultural knowledge. We can go to the next slide, please. And the next one. Thank you. So on this slide, we have a quote from Amy Césaire, a revolution Martinican poet. Martinique is a French dependency in the Caribbean, who expressed his view on universalism that is still relevant in the 21st century psychological science. He says, I have a different idea of a universal. It is a universal rich with all that is particular, rich with all the particulars there are, the deepening of each particular, the coexistence of them all. And he said that in 1952. So this quote represents in so many ways the way the union has taken on its approach to psychology education and training. So now I will move on to put on my union hat now and talk a little bit about the union's approach. So on behalf of the leadership of the International Union of Psychological Science, its national member organizations, its regional member organizations, and its affiliate organizations, I extend congratulations to PAPU and NPA on hosting this inaugural Higher Education Psychology Conference. The focus of this conference, with the theme Psychology Education in Africa, Challenges for Cohesion and Development, is critical for the development of African PET and ultimately African psychology. African PET and African psychology will in turn have a significant impact on the future of global psychological science. Specifically, it will affect our capacity to transform PET and realize the vision of a global psychology that reflects the multiplicity of psychologies and serve all of humanity as we co-create our shared future. Next slide, please. In this presentation, I will share with you a part of the union's story, specifically its effort to achieve its PET mandate. I will also talk a bit about the challenges in contemporary PET, some lessons from African psychology, give a few examples of practical applications, and extend an invitation for you to join the movement, echoing the sentiments of PAPU's president, Dr. Andrew Zabani. Next slide, please. So this slide tells you a little about the union. The union's origin dates back to 1889, when the first International Congress of Psychology was held in Paris. The union, as it exists now, was created in 1951 at the behest of and with the cooperation of UNESCO. As you can see on this slide, our mission is to advance, to develop, represent, and advance psychology as a basic and applied science nationally, regionally, and internationally. We have three types of members: national, regional, and affiliate. We represent psychology in the global science ecosystem, primarily via the International Science Council, but we also represent psychology and share formal relations with several of the United Nations organs. I'd like to draw your attention to the second column, because you see here that our second main objective that is emboldened is that of fostering excellence in standards of education, training, research, and applications of psychology. We are the world's largest psychological organization, and as I said, serve as the voice of psychology in many different spaces. However, that representation on the global scale stage is but one mechanism to achieve our mission. Enhancing psychology education and training was a mandate from the union's inception and was reflected in strategic priorities and achievements. Next slide, please. An important early development, one of a major success when we considered the times, was the development of the Latin American model of psychology, and that was done in 1974. As you can see on the slide, the Union with UNESCO sponsored the first Latin American Conference on Training in Psychology. And the key outcome was that model that is also known as the Bogota model. It's a 5-year program with the scientific practitioner approach and final thesis or student graduates in Latin America in many countries. And it was used to standardize and improve the quality of psychology education in the region. So it thus played a key role in organizing and solidifying the profession of psychology in Latin America. Next slide, please. Over the years, or I should say decades, the Union has also developed a range of capacity building initiatives with global partners that reflected the central role of PET in the growth of psychology around the world. The topics include research skills and peace initiatives. However, we had another major development approximately 20 years ago, or should I say 30 years ago. The Union embarked on an ambitious initiative with our international partners to host regional conferences to increase the voices of majority world psychologists in global psychological science. Specifically, these smaller conferences on a more geographically localized basis were organized in partnership with regional psychologists so that issues specific to a given region of the world could be the focus of international attention and concentration of effort. On this slide, you can see that over that 20-year period, there were 10 different regional conferences, and they were all held in areas of the world where psychology was not at that time well developed. Notice the air quotes, right? Nonetheless, these conferences reinforced regional identity, networking, and collaboration, and served as a catalyst for regional development of psychology. Together with our other capacity building initiatives, including disaster-related events, leadership fora connected to our ICPs, these conferences laid a strong foundation for PET. Next slide, please. These capacity building developments were occurring while the Union continued its work on PET in higher education with publications. So the Union embarked on a major survey of its members in 1990, 1991, devoted a special issue to our journal, which is called the International Journal of Psychological Science, International Journal of Psychology, and that special issue focused on international practices in teaching in psychology. This was followed by another survey to take a look at the psychology education and training global landscape. And the result of this survey was published in the book that you see on this screen that is called Psychology Education and Training, A Global Perspective, that was published in 2014. I have on the screen the conclusion written by the authors of the chapter who reported on the survey. And so I'd like to highlight those for you again, because as I said earlier, the union emphasized diversity. And so here again, we see that focus on the need to respect, appreciate, and promote diversity. So the authors Pinkay and Bernardo said there was a need to explore varied forms of engaging and interacting with diverse forms of education and training in the world of psychology, because it was important to affirm the functionality and the value of each national psychology and education system. And I quote their further report: the results of the current survey provide a very good foundation upon which we can begin the difficult but necessary task of improving psychology education and training while appreciating and maintaining diversity. Again, appreciating and maintaining diversity. Next slide, please. The data from the various aspects of the BET mandate, the union's work on the revision of the mental health chapter of the International Classification of Disease, which we know is ICD-11, as well as developments in the growth of the discipline in the majority world, converged to inform the union's evolving strategic priorities. Recognizing the limitations of a global top-down disciplinary approach, the challenges associated with the long-held practice of exporting Euro-American psychology to the rest of the world, and the risks of perpetuating the power imbalance in psychology, the union's leadership began the pivotal journey of establishing regional bodies of psychology to help the union achieve its mission. To achieve this goal, the union facilitated, sponsored, and supported a series of leadership fora in partnership with psychologists in different parts of the world that served as the foundation for the creation of regional bodies. Next slide, please. We now have 7 regional members of IUCIS, and they are highlighted on this slide. The regional bodies have been integrated into the union's organizational structure, and their mandates are ambitious, but necessarily for the realization of a global psychological science. I'm not sure if you're able to see them, but we have, the first is the Arab Union of Psychology. We have the ASEAN Regional Union of Psychological Societies. We have the Asia Pacific Psychology Alliance. We have the Caribbean Alliance of National Psychological Associations. We have the Central American Union of Colleges and Associations of Psychology. We have the European Federation of Psychologists Associations. And of course, we have PAPU, the Pan-African Psychology Union. Now, a little about the vision for the regional members. Next slide, please. The regional members reflect Danziger views of a polycentric psychology. A polycentric psychology is one that looks at the development of psychology as a global phenomenon originating from multiple interacting centers rather than a single dominant location. But his views are also applicable for our perspectives on the contemporary and future development of psychological science. The regional members embody this vision by drawing on geographic proximity, cultural traditions, linguistic ties, and shared experiences to add to humanity's psychological narratives. Next slide, please. We see the regional members as focal points and centers of excellence in a polycentric world of psychology. And in this polycentric world of psychology, PET will have a central role. These focal points, that is the regional bodies, will be knowledge brokers. They will be hubs of excellence. They would be advocacy platforms, and they will be catalysts for collaboration. And as I indicated, PET is expected to have a central role, and that is exactly what we see happening by virtue of this conference today. This is an example of what we'd anticipated, but we have examples from other regional bodies as well. So CANPA, the regional body to which I was a member, created a standing committee on psychology education and training in its initial organizational structure, and has continued to focus, like PAPU, on harmonizing regional psychology education and training, establishing standards and creating a continuing professional development mechanism for those psychologists who've completed their education and are practicing. We know that the Arab Union was reestablished earlier this year, and they too have prioritized mapping of all of the educational institutions in the Arab region that offer psychology programs. So again, in other words, we must transform our models of psychology education and training. Psychology education and training, or PET, has been somewhat resistant to the transformation, undoubtedly because of the many key challenges that you see on this slide. Now, the challenges on this slide represent a global reality. Yes, colleagues, the challenges that are here are seen in many different countries around the world. As you can see, challenges are not unique to the African, their particular manifestation in Africa, as reflected in the interrogations and the critiques of African psychology and PET from psychologists from North, South, East, West, and Central Africa. So we have a lot of critiques about psychology. However, this is where Pinckney and Bernardo's point on maintaining diversity becomes important as a guiding principle. Individual African psychological foundations and solutions to build additional answers. PAPU's recently deceased Secretary General from Ghana and Botswana, Dr. Seth Opang, was a prolific scholar on this topic and offered many suggestions, including modules to enhance culturally relevant pedagogy. Before him, our colleague from Cameroon, Bamem Nasamanang, and his colleagues developed indigenous models of education. So they were among the psychologists I referenced earlier who influenced my professional development. More recently, we had colleagues from Nigeria, Orji, Imba, and Sunday, who last year explored this topic in their article, Rethinking Psychology, a review of contemporary education and practice in Nigeria. So we're having solutions offered by the scholars. Now, the historical work and contemporary literature together highlight a range of core principles and practical applications that had an impact on the continent, the diaspora, that includes the Bahamas, and in the global psychological community. In fact, the work is very much aligned with IUCIS projects and the scholarships from other regional contexts. The challenge is that it is unclear whether the literature actually reflects what is happening on the ground, what is occurring in psychology education, higher education. Are the strategies offered being implemented in our programs of education? This is critical because, or this is an important issue, because the critical consciousness that these articles reflect cannot be limited to a few. The enormity of the task requires a united critical mass of psychology educators, practitioners, policymakers, and researchers, as well as students, to make a collective effort in each of our regions to realize the transformation in PET that is required. So clearly, PAPU understood this assignment. So next slide, please. Why does PET in Africa matter? Colleagues, we've already discussed the importance of serving African societies and all of humanity. But I would like to elaborate here a bit more with several key examples. Africa has given much to humanity as its cradle and major source of our diversity. But that diversity and the African components have not been incorporated into humanity's psychological narratives. We are only at the beginning of efforts to create an inclusive psychology. Now, on this slide, it's the second point that I would like to make, which is related to the first. On October 17th, UNESCO issued a press release highlighting the completion of the General History of Africa project and the continuation of the associated strategic program through 2029. This, ladies and gentlemen, provides an example of why Africa is important. This is an important source of data for all of humanity. as Africa's history is humanity's history. Next slide, please. We also have global statistics indicating that Africa is not only humanity's past, but as it is projected to have most of the world's young population in 5 years, it is also humanity's future. So do we have a clearer statement for relevance and the importance of African PET and African psychology for not only the continent, but for all of humanity? They also point to the need for collaboration with other regional organizations and IUCIS in making the envisioned transformation a reality. Doing so will contribute to the development of a culturally inclusive framework, enrich theories with diverse perspectives and indigenous knowledge, and shift the discipline to a more comprehensive and universally applicable science of human behavior. That's the transformation we envision. Next slide, please. But as always, the how is important. We know the why, but let's talk a little bit about the how. Dr. Andrew Zamani called on all lecturers to rise and be recognized. But how do we do that? I want to just talk and give just a few points here. The first one is really what I like to call the imperative. And that is a collective commitment to personal and professional reflection to assess and enhance the cultural relevance of the curriculum. That is, each of us must do that. This is an important step to achieve the goals as outlined by Dr. Zamani. It is not the only step, but it is an important one, because by assessing the cultural relevance of our curriculum, we are able to bridge the psychology policy gap. We are able to bridge the gap between the university and industry. We are able to integrate theory and practice in PET, and we are able to prepare psychologists of tomorrow to address the evolving societal needs. So that cultural relevance component is key for us all. Next, sorry, stay on the slide. Yesterday's speakers made some important points, and I made some note of them, and I have them on this slide because I'd like to reinforce some of those points. The speaker from the Ministry of Trade talked about the importance of integrating national and regional strategic priority into the psychology curriculum. That is another one of our low-hanging fruits. I gave you an example of the UNESCO report, which is available freely online, that can easily be incorporated into our curriculum. Dr. Cooper talked about having patience, talked about being grounded in careful planning and execution. That is also important because this process, as I chronicled the union's story, you will see that it took 15 years for different components to come to fruition. So it isn't an overnight result. Mondi said, we need to be sure to be anchored on fertile ground so that the roots are strong. And we saw some of that yesterday with the pioneers who were recognized for their contributions to Nigerian psychology. They allow for strong roots to dig deep into the soil and to produce leaders of today. Mondi also said become a champion of African and global psychology. And that is quite doable for all of us. But being a champion of African and global psychology means shifting our gaze as well. Often we focus on North-South collaborations to achieve our goals. There is the opportunity for South-South collaboration to also achieve those goals. Again, there's a lot that is achieved over breakfast. And in speaking with our colleagues from Ethiopia, we were talking about the possibilities of collaborating via Zoom, where we can invite each other to our respective classes and have that's a simple way that process of collaboration. Again, prioritizing not just North-South, not just expensive exchanges, but rather making use of the technology that is available for us to engage in a way that is considerably less expensive, less time consuming, but equally rewarding. Imagine being able to bring students from the Bahamas into a class on Introduction to Psychology, joined by students from Nigeria. Our semesters may not be coterminous, but of course we can select how we might want to engage with those students. The same thing can be done with colleagues from Japan, from India, Ethiopia and Nigeria, South Africa and Botswana. How are we collaborating with the South-South collaboration? I want to just go back to the point about integrating national and regional strategic priorities, because Dr. Zumani mentioned the strategic development goals, the sustainable development goals, as something that can be incorporated. And he bemoaned the fact that psychologists in Nigeria were not at the table and didn't have their voices heard. Again, these are different mechanisms by which we can become aware of the strategic priorities. For example, we know that the African Union has a 2063 agenda, which is then connected to the Sustainable Development Goals. How have we incorporated those into our curriculum and expose our students to those priorities of our government? We also know that there are African SDG priorities, collective and then by country. Similarly, there is the WHO Regional Office for Africa. What is their strategic plan? How can we incorporate their strategic plan and partner with them in realizing those goals? The African Center for Disaster Management. There's the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan for 2022 to 2032. We can do the same thing for children. We can integrate children priorities. Poverty can be integrated, health, agriculture. So any number of topics that reflect the national and regional priorities can be integrated into our curriculum. We, as I said, honored pioneers yesterday, and I would like to leave you with one additional practical way that each of us can join the movement. It's a really simple way, and you can tell me if it's simple or not, but I think it's simple. Tell the stories of your professors and pioneers in your classes. Let me say that again. Tell the stories of your professors and your pioneers in your classes, in your courses, so your students are knowledgeable about who they are. This does several things from my experience in the Bahamas. It immediately centers your students to the local context, the local reality. As in many countries in the world, we use textbooks that were written for, by other people. So we may not see ourselves in the textbook. So this practice can begin to reverse some of the challenges created by the need to use others' resources at this time. But it also models for students the commitments, struggles, and character required to work in our spaces. Importantly, it helps students start their psychology journal with local histories of psychology. This means that they begin from a position of strength rather than from a position of weakness. They are not imbued with that deficit model that African psychology is lagging. The model that says we are less than because we don't have what another country has. One model that I use with my students is if we take the position that psychology is indigenous or situated, its development depends on its context, and each country's context is unique. So it's impossible for one country's psychology to be lagging behind another country's psychologies because each country's perspective is different. Does that make sense? So helping the students take that language of deficit from their minds is really very helpful to them. And so teaching your local history can help with that as well. Colleagues, our 21st century realities require that African psychologists are engaged with national and regional priorities. You've heard that repeatedly. But it also means that African psychologists need to be alert to the threats to unity in African psychology and recognize that African psychology can no longer stand in the shadow of other psychology, whether it's scholarship, teaching, application, or research. As we celebrate PAPU's psychology's success, the union is committed to partnering with PAPU and reiterates the invitation to transform the discipline and contribute to rewriting the narrative of humanity's psychological past and shaping our common future. I thank you for the opportunity to deliver the keynote address and your unparalleled hospitality. I wish you the best for the remainder of the conference and PAPU's PET journey. I am sure we will have many, many discussions as we move forward in transforming psychological science for the future. Thank you for your kind attention.
A big round of applause, please. As you stand up, please come on, come on, come on, come on. Thank you, Dr. Eva Thompson, for such a wonderful keynote speech. We have seated for so long, and I wish to do something. I wanted to give you a gift, but before I do that, I need you to give one another. So you can just choose a neighbor, give him or her anything, just a gift before I give you. If you have 1,000 naira, you can give him or her. It's okay. Just a gift, just a gift, just a gift. Give your neighbor a gift, please. If it's a hug, it's okay. If it's a handshake, it's okay. Just a gift. Yes. I can see people hugging one another. Beautiful. Beautiful. Did you get the gift? How many got money? How many are given money? Please, guys, no one has come to give me anything. Come on, I'm here. Thank you, ma'am. So, let's come. Okay, thank you very much. Get seated, please. Okay, thank you. Allow me to, Dr. Eva Thompson, please, I'll invite you again here as I call upon Professor Zamani after to step up front. Please, can you allow Dr. Eva Thompson to come first and then you continue, please. Thank you. Yes, Doctor, you're welcome. You're welcome on stage. Allow me also to welcome Professor Andrew Zamani to complete this session. Thank you, Prof. You're welcome. A big round of applause. And I will come later to give the gift that I've said. Thank you very much. Prof. You're welcome.
Can we give her another big round of applause? Dr. Thompson, we can't thank you enough. We can't thank you enough. This speech was so very well delivered. We now have a roadmap. And we assure you that we will take all your recommendations seriously. And we'll give you a feedback and ensure that moving forward, the agenda for PET at PAPU and for its respective members will be done collectively as we move towards the shared vision of mainstreaming psychology in the developmental process of Africa. So on behalf of the Pan-African Psychology Union, we are pleased to present to you the certificate of appreciation for delivering this beautiful, wonderful, scholarly, erudite keynote speech. Please just keep it in your office as a memorabilia. There's nothing that we can give you that equates what you have delivered to us today. So, founding president, can you please take over and in conjunction with the president-elect, present this to her.
We can do better. We can do better. We can do better. We can do better. Oh yeah, thank you. Before you step down, please, can I call upon all the PAPU dignitaries, please come up front. Yes, Enoch.
Professor Folabi, are you here?
Yes, the presidency is around, please come. We don't want to miss this. We have the media guys here. We don't have to miss this.
Can you come?
President-elect, please come.
Past president, immediate past president, MPA, are you here? Please come. Getahum, President EPA, can you come? Simone Thierry, represent Cameroon, please. And Napicia from Angola, can you come? Tell her to come. Yes, yes, let her come. Let her come. Let's move a little.
Are we all on board? Can we get someone to, can I get two gentlemen to help us with this? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Prof. Is there anyone missing, Prof. Zamani? Professor Zamani, is there anyone missing? Oh, has been found. Oh, thank you. Okay, let's do it. Oh, sorry, Professor Zamani, you didn't tell me. I'm also from Tanzania. Oh, let me be here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like now to do something quickly before we are going for the break, tea break. We're going to break and then we'll come back to other. Okay, before that, we will have maybe 2 more sessions, then we go for the break. Can I call upon now Shifa Zarma, the CEO of Shifa Obama Foundation? Please come for a brief talk. Then I'm going to give you what I promised, the very gift that you will take with it home. Thank you very much. Shifa, you're welcome. Can someone help me, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just had to check my watch to see if it's noon or before noon so that I can, greet you rightly. My name is Sharifa Ibrahim Zerma, Ambassador Sharifa Ibrahim Zerma. I wear many hats. I'm an author, educator, a policy-oriented advocate. Well, some people call me an advocate for social impact, and I am a humanitarian. I'm not a clinical psychologist, but you'll be wondering why I'm here. Part of the things I advocate for are primarily the SDG goals 3, 4, and 5. Quality education, good health and well-being, and gender equality. When I look at the aspect of good health and well-being, I'm actually a nutritionist, but I focus particularly on mental health. Reason being mental health is because in relating to my foundation, the Shifa Zerma Foundation, which was founded 3 years ago, and I will officially launch it in exactly 30 days from now. Going back to mental health happened to me last year. I was diagnosed with PTSD. Something happened to me and something broke in me. Something traumatic happened to me to the fact that I lost myself. I lost myself in the sense that I lost my sanity. I couldn't differentiate between reality and illusion. I was a wrecking ball. I was a compass without direction. I am a person with clarity of direction, clarity of purpose. But I am telling you, without a sound mind, you cannot operate well. And I couldn't operate well. I gave up on myself. I gave up on my dreams. I am a motivational speaker. I stopped all that. I stopped everything. The reason why I'm sharing this is because I am in the environment where I feel safe. And I am with people who are learned about mental health, who know what mental health means. And I keep advocating that mental health is not madness. They are people, 7 out of 10 people have PTSD, and mostly the people with post-traumatic shock from war. But some of them don't even know that. But we are in a country, when I was looking for the Minister of Health, and there was none. I asked if there was a representative, there was none. I asked because I know I didn't see the Minister of Women Affairs. There's a reason why I was asking these questions. We are in a country where we do not have to beg our leaders to be in the right place and to respect what is going on, because this relates to their office. But it is so unfortunate and it is so sad that we are here. But I hope with the coming years, they will respect and they will honor, because with our advocacy, with the policies I will continue advocating for, we will be the one that will say, we'll think about it. Worthy of all respect, that is a child's play. Everyone here yesterday, it's not easy to be called a sacrifice to be called one, because illiteracy is not. I don't want to get emotional. I'm trying not to be. Didn't even believe me. They thought I was on drugs because they knew that was not their daughter. I lost friends. I lost loved ones because I was unpredictable. I was erratic. The time I would never forget. I was acting differently from what the results is showing, because they based on science. I could remember vividly the test came out that there was no drug on my system, but I was acting erratic. That day, they sent a nurse to stand in front of me. They said I tampered with my result. So this could tell you what mental health could do to a person. With God's grace, I got my sanity With God's grace, I am back to myself. With the grace of God, I am rendering my voice like there is nothing in this world that would. And I said, who in that field? And I said this field, if I have to advocate for one thing, I just came back from Gaborone, Botswana on the 2nd. I was at by the Olu of Wari and his wife. The mandate, the core mandate is how to bring Africans together and see how we can bring Africa and elevate it. There was a woman who was there in attendance. She walked with Obama, and she's presently walking in the White House. And part of the things that she was talking about in the panelists was mental health. And after her speech, we spoke. And I said, Ma, you are a reflection of me. I think you are my older self. We got into discussions, and I speak to you right now. There is a meeting that is going to be held with me and someone in the White House, and we are going to talk about mental health. And not just that, I am going to have a conversation with presidents of African countries, not just one, not two, not three, head of agencies. And I will render my voice and we will talk about mental health. Because mental health needs to be spoken about, discussed. There are people, I think the reason why I asked why the Minister of Education should be here is because Nigeria should be a country where the teaching of mental health should be added to the curricula. Because in the sense that when a child meets someone battling with either depression, anxiety, or post-traumatic shock, the instinctive thing to do is compassion, not ridicule. And this is where intellect and self-awareness comes to play. And when we look about health, rehabilitation centers needs to be created. Self-awareness needs to be created. Creating awareness of it needs to be broadcasted. People should stop being stigmatized because that is not what we deserve. People battling with mental health needs to be treated with compassion, kindness, and love, and not ridiculed. Mental health is not the disease of a white man. Because when I said I am depressed, they say, you don't have a problem. This is the disease of a white man. But I am telling you, mental health is human. And if you are human, it does not select the color of your skin. Because what beats in you beats in me. So let me not make this conversation lengthy. I am honored to stand amongst you honorable people and stand here today to share my voice and share my story. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shifa. A big round of applause. Thank you very much.
My president, I'm not supposed to talk, but I just want to make one statement that please.
Please make, ma'am.
I wanted to bring a copy of my book, Creativity and the Caged African Child. So many intelligent people are being caged because nobody is around to help them. Please, let's stretch out. Let's stretch out to our environment. Know who is your neighbor. Who is your next door neighbor? Why is that child on the street? No child. My next book will be, no child is born Boko Haram. No child is born a bandit. No child is born a harlot. It's all about the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I wish I could say more, But dear members, professors, doctors, psychologists, colleagues, students who are around maybe today, and all mental health practitioners, you have heard this. Take note of that. Let's get into the field. Let's do something. Allow me to welcome you now for the break, for the tea break. I know we have seated for so long. We are going to start with our guests, speakers, and the PAPU committee, which will be led by our president. And then we'll get assisted with the ushers. Then we're going to have almost 30 minutes for tea break. And please make sure we come back early so that we may continue our program within time. I wouldn't like to have what happened yesterday. We spent a lot of time. I need it to be very brief. Please, when we have any session, go, do it, and then come back early. Please, studio, support us. Let's go for tea break. Thank you very much. Take your time. 30 minutes. Let's come back for another session. Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to use the front door. Please, ushers, help us to direct us for the session that follows. Thank you very much. Studio, welcome. After the PAPU committee, we'll have all the elders. We'll leave all the elders to proceed, and then the rest will follow. Thank you very much. So, Professor Zamani, can you lead the team, please? For those who want to greet and make anything, please, can you wait and then we'll do it later so that we may get time for everything safe. Thank you very much. Can I see the elders? Elders, can you follow, please? All the elders. Okay, we can now go together. Yeah. Please make sure you carry your tickets, your meal ticket, please. Carry your meal tickets. Our ushers, they're going to look at that. Thank you.
Bagisa Wachi,
Studio. Thank you very much. Ushers, please help me to announce outside there that we are running out of time. Can now people start coming in so that we may proceed with our program? Thank you very much, studio. You're welcome. Dr. Lucky, please assist me. Lucky, please assist me to organize the bring people inside. Thank you very much for the session. Thank you.
Eh? Suleiman, duka ɗakin da suka aiki ko, ka je ka tattara yashin da yake wurin, simintin da yake wurin. Abubakar, ka je, akwai saura a wurin. Ka share wurin. Ka shiga Suleiman, in na duba in na gani akwai matsala. Ban son tashi ne. Ka je ka share. Me za ka yi? Ka zo ka ba ka gan shi. Ba magana kadan ba siminti ba ne?
We always recommend Shopify. It took us from an idea to a real business. We got set up, I think, in less than a day with very little effort, no prior.
Introducing Nexford University's online Master of Science in Data.
I would ask now the members to get set as we are going to start. Please, ushers, help me to call upon the members who are outside so that we may start. Otherwise, we'll be caught up with the time. Please, for those who are in already, get set for the program. Thank you very much.
Yes, yeah. Ngemula be, me babo. Bashaya manelo, ngemutewa, ngeshimare, akamuna. Dagaiye.
Usher, studio. Thank you. Can I, ushers, Sandy, please, can you, are there people outside there? Please, can you call them in here so that we may continue with our program, please? Thank you. In a few minutes, we are going to proceed with our program because we are still having some more and more things to tackle today. Thank you.
Ngeke obi wenu mbeshi ono mai mitadi beko ipo hawaii mbawalo ye mafuwaji beko ada oge na kailo ai kana ke ajibel beko amuda e mala haba chimale hama asana ayi dodana ayi pia bano pia be hama idiwe ya muda e kamusati Megirado, Mayego, Madame, then you know. She, Maduboba, Magamma, Supaba, my daddy, Ishari, Video Mapayache, Omaje, hey, apa you better than I'm a red of a you better than Madasati Magami, red than your quiet. Oh, my God, baby, I young like it. Silly, 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 silly. Kala ya saje ya ino wa ya ta koi ki nakalai sai chai ya ta koi
With YouTube Premium, enjoy ad-free videos, plus the YouTube Music app. One subscription, new apps. Try 1 month free of charge.
DJ Julius on the beat.
Thank you, studio. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon. Dear professors, doctors, mental health practitioners, students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Okay, can I see now all of us get set for the day as we're going to finalize our morning session? We have a few things that we're main with. Allow me to call upon, let's energize a bit. Lucky, where are you? Lucky, it's nowhere to be found. Godwin Okoye, are you around? Godwin, are you around? Godwin, you around? Please, can you come to prepare the way for another session, please? Quickly. I don't know whether you're ready or not. Are you ready? Please, you have only 2 minutes. You have only 2 minutes to do what you're prepared. Okay, thank you. I see there's a challenge with the tech. So we were going to proceed with our next thing. According to our timetable, we are privileged to have Professor Olukayode Afolabi, who is the president of NPA, and also we are privileged to have Getaun Tibebu, who is the president of Ethiopia Psychologists Association. Can I call upon our presidents to come here, please? Yes, and the president of Ethiopian Psychological Association, Brother Getaun Tibebu, please, can you come up front? Enoch? Now, because you're just alone, Prof. Afolabi, maybe you can do this to represent all national members from different countries. Thank you.
Our dear fathers in the profession of psychology, I wish to specially recognize our forefather again, one of our ancestors, Professor Sats Cooper, again. We will continue to recognize you because of what you have done to the profession in Africa. Yes, I was told just to make few comments. But before I make comments, I can see that because each time I'm called out like this to make comments and I see any of my lecturers seated, I don't know what to say. I'm always scared because Mama Oshinawa is here now. What will I say? Mama, God will continue to keep you alive and healthy. You have done well in the profession of psychology in Nigeria. Yes, I also have one of the ancestors that like mentioned, but sorry, I do not remember the name now. Baba, the lecturer of our Papu President, you are recognized, sir. It's you, sir. Yes, I'm recognizing you. Sir? Oh, Boston. Thank you so much, sir. You are welcome. Also, I may not be able to mention everyone here seated, but one thing I know is that we have welcomed you to Abuja, and I want to commend Papu for agreeing that NPA collaborates with Papu to host this conference in Nigeria. Please, let's put our hands together for Papu. That's the first of his child. And the president of Papu, the current president, is the first Nigerian and the second president of Papu. So we can also put our hands together for Nigeria. I also want to thank the brand new president of NACP, Mama Gloria Karuri. Yes, Mama is another wonderful person. In 2018, she's smiling. I should not mention it. In 2018, I applied to go on sabbatical at the University of Jos. I was surprised that within 1 week, my letter was ready. And so they scanned the letter to me. I said, thank God, I reported. And I was there for about 3 months. You are okay, she said I should not mention it. Okay, I want to thank you for allowing me to come to UniJos. Baba, who is my Mama's husband, that's Professor Richard Charlson. We also appreciate you. And my brother, Professor Peter Olakbegba, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration, University of Ibadan. You are welcome. Please stand up for recognition. You are here, yes. We thank you. The immediate past president of Nigerian Psychological Association is also here. My brother, the Secretary General of Papu, is also here. And all professors, including the head of the Department of Psychology, University of Lagos, one of our committee members of NPA Electoral Committee, Dr. Ajoye, is also here. Please, if I do not mention your name, don't be angry. The treasurer is angry. Don't be angry, please. I've mentioned you, Professor Mr. Dewi. Yes, we have listened to what has happened here, and I want to tell you that NPA will fall in and will try as much as possible to continue with the collaboration with Papu. And the issue of decolonization is also dear to us. Yes, we, like I told you at Ethiopia, personally, I've also developed some skills, psychological instruments for emotional intelligence, for pro-social behavior. just two. And I'm also working on 2 others. So want to encourage everyone here. Please, let's have as many as possible so that our students can be having an indigenous psychological skills. Then on what our students have also said here, based on interaction with their lecturers, yes, I was also once a student, and I know what we also pass through. It's part of the training in some cases, but at times it could be misinterpreted as if, oh, our lecturers are wicked, our lecturers are too strict. But it is part of the training, because as an individual, if my lecture is 7 a.m. and you call me 5 minutes after 7, you wait outside until I'm through with what I'm explaining. I can then say, okay, latecomers coming. But if you look at it, you can say the man is too strict. It's part of it. And so the issue of the internship, I have mentioned it that our students learn a lot from this internship. And so we have made efforts to those in charge of curriculum. And they have promised us that by the time they want to do the next one, they were going to involve us. So for now, this is the one we will continue with. But it doesn't mean that during holidays, your students cannot go for internship. Even if it's just for 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 3 weeks, and so on and so forth. At least whatever they gain will also be useful. So on this note, I want to thank Papu again, including our dear sister, Dr. Eva Thompson. I did not forget you. I know you are looking at me that this man may likely forget me. Oh. No, I did not forget you. Thank you so much. And my God, please come. God bless you all. I appreciate.
Thank you, Prof. A big round of applause, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I wonder if the media guys, do you have the video that was supposed to play today? From the president of Trinidad and Tobago? Tobago. Thank you, Prof. No signal. Okay. Do you have that video? Brother Monte, please, can you go and check on that? Because our president from Ethiopia is not around, I think, Professor, you have done it all. Thank you, Professor Falabi, for such a wonderful speech. And if you don't have that video, dear friends, Koriga would like to move now to the next session without wasting time. I would like to call upon my sister Ogochukwu. Please come. We're now going to the breakup sessions, and there's something that we're missing. I know we don't have the timetable, complete timetable for the session that is coming, so that we may not to get lost. Thank you. I can see the brother Monte is there to organize that. But we will be having 3 venue. So please, can you listen this clearly so that you may not get lost? We'll be having the main hall, which is here, where we'll be having 2 themes, and the online people who are following us will be also following us from here. Then we'll be having the lounge, whereby also we'll be having 3 themes in the lounge. Then we'll be having also the banquet hall, where we'll be having also 3 themes. My sister is going to take you through that. Please be attentive so that we may not get lost. But when she'll be doing that also, I think the media guys will be projecting, at least you may see and read in advance so that we may get proper message or proper. Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
We're going to the breakout section now. We have team 1 and team 5. They'll be sharing the same room. That's the main hall. So team 1 will be talking about reimagining psychology education in Africa. The chairperson will be Professor Olukayode Afolabi, while the co-chairperson will be Professor David Okurame. Then team 5 will be talking about psychology and psychotechnology. The chairperson will be Professor Helen Oshinowo and Professor Collins Agema. That will be taking place in the main hall, while we have team 2. Team 2 and team 5 will be sharing room 2. It's talking about bridging policy and practice gaps in psychology education. The chairperson will be Professor Harry Obinwosu, while the co-chairperson will be Professor Zuberu Dagona. Team 4 will be talking about indigenous knowledge systems Africanization. The chairperson will be Professor Showen, and the co-chairperson will be Professor Mike Ifagwasi.
Ogochukwu, excuse me. Please, members, take notes, look on the board so that we may get clearly what is also going on. Thank you very much. Proceed.
Team 6 will be staying at the lounge here, while team 3, team 7, and team 8 will be staying at the banquet hall. Team 7, the chairperson will be Dr. Monde Conte, while the co-chairperson will be Dr. Adamu Pankwaso. The team 7 will be talking about mentorship, capacity building, and professional development. So the rest will be displayed on the screen. Thank you very much. Team 1, the main hall. Team 5, the main hall, and the online registrations. People who registered online will be staying in the main hall. While team 2, team 4, and team 6 will be staying at the lounge. Team 3, 7, and 8 will be staying at the banquet hall. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ogochukwu, you can do a recap quickly because, you know, we lack this material with us. So do just do the recap quickly and then we proceed.
Team 1, team 5, and the online will be at the main hall. The chairperson will be Professor Olukayode Afolabi and Professor David Okorame. While team 5 is talking about science and psychotechnology, the chairperson will be Professor Helen Oshinowo and Professor Collins Agema. Team 2, team 4, and team 6 will stay at the lounge. Team 2 is talking about bridging policy and practice gaps in psychology education. That will be by Professor Harry Obinwosu and Professor Zubairo Dagona. Team 4 is talking about indigenous knowledge systems Africanization. That will be, the chairperson will be Professor Showen and Professor Mike Ifagwasi. Team 3, Team 7, and Team 8 will be at the banquet hall.
You done?
Ushers, please help. Where are the ushers? Yes, I need one usher to take Team 1, Team 5. Okay, Team 2, Team 4, and Team 6 to the lounge, please.
Okay, maybe before we do that, we'll keep on projecting this so that if you get lost, you may follow us clearly. Are we together? Is there anyone who got lost?
Ushers.
Okay, if you're good to go, please, ushers, help us to take people to this venue, apart from this venue, which is already here. Thank you very much. Thank you, my sister. And please, we're going to
Team 2, 4, and 6 will be going to the lounge. Yes. Team 3, 7, and 8 is going to the banquet hall. Team 2 will be led by Professor Harry Obinwosu and Professor Zubairu Dagona. Team 4.
Okay. Okay, please, before we move out, presenters, please, we are going to spend 30 minutes because we have 3 different sessions in the same venue. So 30 minutes, that will make around approximately 2 hours when we'll be done with everything with this session. So that we may come early and close up early so that people could also prepare for tomorrow's session. Thank you very much. If there is anything that you want to ask, my sister is here. Will continue to tell us. Thank you.
Team 3, 7, and 8 will be going to the banquet hall. Professor Monde Conte and Dr. Mohammed Kwankwaso. Team 3, 7, and 8, the banquet hall. Team 2, 4, and 6, the lounge. Professor Harry Obinwosu and Professor Zubairu Dagona. Then Team 4, Professor Mike Ifagwasi. Which team? Team 5, Professor Helen Oshinowo and Professor Collins Agema. Venue is the hall, the main hall. Now, yes. The ushers are taking them to the lounge. Ushers, please take team 2, 4, and 6 to the lounge.
Okay, Chiku, can I make this clear also? You have noticed that we have 3 or 2 different sessions within the same venue. So we'll be giving one after another a moment to finish, and then we'll go to the next one. So if there's theme 1 and theme 2 in the main hall,
Team
we'll be
1
giving
to
theme
team
1.
5 will be in the main hall.
Theme 1 and theme 5. So we start with the theme 1 first, then we go to
Team
theme
2,
5.
4, and 6 will be going to the lounge. Professor Harry Obinwosu and Professor Zubairu Dagona will be in charge of that. Banquet hall is Monde Conte and Dr. Mohammed Kwankwaso.
They changed it.
Team 3, 7, and 8. Dr. Mohammed Kwankwaso and Dr. Monde Conte.
The idea is you will have
Professor Dagona is
Okay, excuse me. For those who want to be with theme 5, the middle row at the back. Professor asked you to be there, the middle row at the back. So we may proceed. We understand some of the presenters, the chairpersons, we might miss them out. So we'll do something for that so that we may go according to our program, right? Please, Karib. Thank you. You're welcome. That we're going to start. Also, we're going to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MC. Please, we are making a very quick alternative for us to replace those that are not physically present. So we crave the indulgence of Professor Ayinde Adeboye to please help lead section for which room? Okay. Okurame is not. So you co-share room 1. So yeah, main or room 1. Okay, so you are going to be here. You'll be here with Professor Afolabi, please. Then, yeah, okay. So Associate Professor Bola Joko Malomo. Dr. Malomo, please help us get to room 2. Okay, team 2. Okay, at the lounge. So co-share with Professor Ari Obi Nwosu. No. So these two. So we can't presently locate Professor Barnabas Nwako. Professor Barnabas, where is he? Okay, so he needs to do something for us now, Professor Barnabas. He needs to share the team. Team 6, yes, at the lounge. Okay, so and to be supported by Dr. Dr. Anjoye, please, you need to. Team 6 in room 2. Room 2, you work with Professor Barnabas Nwako. Okay, so I am not sure anyone is restricted to any room. So just look at the team that is of interest to you, and you are free to join any of them. And I think it's like team 3, Adi. Okay, team 3 should be on their way now. They should have been settled. Okay, so Prof, just give us if just about 1 more minute, we'll be out of here. Okay. Okay, so for those, the presenters in team 1, can you please signify if you are presenting? Hello. So what you will do, all of you presenting in this room, please can you take the front seat? Can you take this seat? It's first come, first serve. Yes, just sit on this singular. Yeah. Are you presenting? Okay, so you are the only one presenting here. Prof. Okay. Okay, Prof. Okay, sorry. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, the two of them.
To be sharing slides.
Yes. And we just leave it up this one. So this room, the two of them are.
So team 8. So we are about
Sorry. Team 8, you should be in your allotted room, the banquet hall, and Professor Gloria Samuel Karuri is sharing that section, and to be supported by Professor David Igbokwe, please.
I think we can start immediately now. Yes, you have done well. I've already shared the. That's the one we are. So now we are going to take the first presenter, and is lead paper presenter 1. But for some reasons, we are going to allow Professor Bosky. Yes, Professor Bosky, you come and make your presentation. You have 10 minutes, sir. 20 minutes. So that 10 minutes will be for question and answer time, sir. 20 minutes for presentation, 10 minutes for question and answer time. You're welcome, sir. Sir, take this. Take this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have my presentation, which I think will be shown here on the 2 screens. But I will not show all of my slides because there is no time for that. We can start, okay? So at least the title will appear. At least in my country, it is so in Poland that psychologists can be recognized among other social scientists, that we always use the presentation. No, this is not this one. Please deduct me some time because we haven't started yet. No presentation, no talk. Unless this will not work for technical reasons. Okay? The title of my presentation is rather bold. It says, Remaking of African Psychology Back to a Culturally Sensitive Science and Profession. Well, I am a cultural or cross-cultural psychologist, and this theme of indigenization, of making African psychology culturally relevant has been present this morning in Dr. Thompson's and in President Zamani's talks. I strongly subscribe on this, and this is what I want to elaborate. It's my field for 40 years, so I think I may talk about this. Going to the second one, please move. Please move to the second slide. Well, one may ask, why is it me, the only Batura psychologist here? I will use Batura rather than Euro-American. I think it is more handy. Just this Hausa word which covers all Euro-Americans. So I will talking. The question is why the Batura man psychologist will be talking about remaking of African psychology. Well, this is me 45 years ago. By then I was senior lecturer, then a reader at University of Jos. And it was the place which was the first psychology department in central and northern Nigeria. I think maybe it's a bold and not very humble statement, but I think I can say or tell that I am one of the founding fathers of this psychology, which then spread to other parts of the country. I should mention Professor Zaidi, a Pakistani psychologist who was the head of the department, and he's late. And I think I am the only surviving staff of that time. So this makes me, I'm telling you, not just for narcissistic reasons, but just to justify that I may say something about the remaking of African psychology, or Nigerian in particular. Now, this is how please move on. This is how this department looked like in 1978, 79, which is very peculiar because there were Indian Pakistani psychologists and myself and Nigerian students. Then some Nigerian psychologists trained in UK mainly and in Canada, like Dr. Nweze, joined us. And there was not a single woman here, as you can see, which is very, very peculiar. But this is also very important because Professor Zaidi and Malam Haq, they were teaching cross-cultural psychology. When I came there, it was a bit strange because I never heard of cross-cultural psychology by then. And there was another very important Nigerian psychologist. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Could you move? No, could you please go up a bit? No, a bit, yeah. This is Professor Michael Durojaya, who was the first and only African president of IACCP, which is International Association for Cross-Cultural Psychology. So we met in Lagos in 1978 when he became the president, and he persuaded me to join this, which I did. Now, if we move a bit further, next please, again. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Well, this is the symposium in Ibadan in 1982, where I had a symposium with my 5 students. I don't know what happened with most of them, but this gentleman, Elvis Ihaji, is here 42 years after in Kefi, a professor from Benue State University. So this is the continuation, and when I mentioned Indian Pakistani cross-cultural psychologist and Professor Durajaya as, well, my senior colleagues, I would say, and these students, what we were doing studies on ethnic perception in Nigeria. That is how people from various ethnic groups are perceived or perceive each other. Well, it was done in terms of attribution theory. Can you move on? So this is my first study when I was staff at University of Jos, in Journal of Cross-Cultural Psychology, a study of person perception in Nigeria, ethnicity and self versus other attributions for achievement-related outcomes. You may go on with the next one, please. With the next one. Now, this is a screenshot of a video which I recorded in Jos in 1983. I am here in the middle, whereas my 2 students who played the roles of interviewer and interviewee are on my sides. And what we were doing, we were just interviewing Igbo Hausa students in their traditional roles and they modified roles. So this is Mohammed in traditional role, traditional attire. In a non-traditional attire, he would be dressed more or less like me. And there would be beer on the table when they were talking. And he was not a traditional Hausa person. So we were interested how the modifications of traditional into non-traditional roles affect person perception and feelings. Now what I am doing now, yesterday, and it will be on Monday, I am continuing this study 42 years later with the students who are on this age, although these gentlemen are in their 70s now. So in other words, the same material 42 years later. Well, I don't have results yet, but it is interesting what will be the changes, particularly how the traditional and non-traditional representatives of the main ethnic groups like Northerners and Easterners would be perceived. So these are the examples of study programs, which are, well, maybe they are not cross-cultural in the sense that I'm not comparing Nigerians with others, but they are cross-cultural within the country, within big African country. So what is the conclusion out of this is that 40 years ago, there was in Nigeria a culturally sensitive psychology being taught to the students and being practiced as research and published. Now, of course, there are other and more better known forefathers of cultural or cross-cultural psychology than we were in Jos by then. And please, next slide. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. And next slide, please. And next slide, please. So, cross-cultural psychology started more or less in this period, 1960s, 1970s. And let's go to the next slide because I want to go fast. Now, here are some of the main topics in cross-cultural psychology from the 60s and 70s which are today classical, well, with all the limitations. Well, on the first line, we have Siegel, Campbell, and Herskovits classical studies on visual illusions. This is visual illusions from the end of 19th century is one of the classic topics. And these three researchers, they were mainly studying in ethnic groups, some of them in Nigeria, Ibibio, for instance, mirror layer illusion and vertical horizontal illusion. Now, talking about mirror layer, they found that people who didn't live in this kind of environment, which was a carpentered environment, but in roundish houses, which disappear in Africa now. Back in the 70s, there were many of them in Jos area, but not anymore. So that these people who, from this traditional rotunda type of housing had less of mirror layer illusion than the Bature people. And that's, of course, very important finding because it challenged and corrected the classical text from psychology handbooks. John Berry introduced eco-cultural model that is, depending whether you are farmers or herders, you develop different cognitive style of field dependence among farmers or field independence with herders who travel with their who are nomads and travel with their cows. Also, Pierre Dassin, a Swiss psychologist, also worked in this model of eco-cultural, showing that depending on who are the children, whether the children are the nomad children or they are children of agriculturalists, they also develop different, their stages of Piagetian developmental stages differ. So for instance, those who are nomads or children of nomads, they develop more geographical orientation, whereas those who are children of agriculturists develop more type of numeric skills because they have to count how many tomatoes or how many what a mudu of rice is to sell and to gather money for that. Michael Cole in Liberia was also working on numerical mathematical skills of people who were illiterate otherwise. Hudson in South Africa and Derengowski, that's a Polish psychologist, they were working on two-dimensional and three-dimensional perception. I will not develop this, but these are the examples. They are all men. They are all Bature. And they were just using Africa as a testing ground for the theories from outside. Well, this is history. And I am not thinking that remaking of African psychology or Nigerian psychology should follow these steps. Although it could be interesting to see whether the differences in Müller-Lyer illusion 50 years after, or after 66, it will be 70 years later, whether they still work. It might be of some interest. But these are very theoretical reasons, very theoretical ideas which are not indigenous. They are not of indigenous interest. So I think we should be doing culturally sensitive psychology in a different way. And now I would like to tell a little bit, just please move with my slides further, about my second coming to Nigeria, which is a year ago, and my work at the Department of Psychology at Nasarawa State University, Kefi. Well, what I would like to say is, can you move on, please? Until there is a a picture. Move on, please. Yeah, that's it. This is University of Nsuk and my first day of work in November 2024. Now, what I would like to say about this is that I have some observations which I think are valid and maybe of some interest for change. Well, next slide, please. And next one, please. Now, 100 years ago, Kurt Lewin, or some Americans call him Lewin, but it's Lewin, it's a German name, proposed such a very simple formula that behavior B is a function of environment personality. Both are very important and critical. Well, in summary, some domains, personality may be more important, sometimes environment. Social psychology is about environment. Individual differences and personality is more important with P. Now, what I find today in Nigerian psychology, at my department in KEFI, but also during the conferences, is that the P is much more important than E. So in other words, what is happening that researchers, let's say master's degree students, PhD students, they mainly develop or use rather than develop American scales. And I think this is a blessing and a curse for Nigerian psychology and many countries which are Anglophone countries, that the countries are Anglophone. Why it is blessing? Well, because it's English is a lingua franca for the world. Why it is a curse? Because it is very easy to take American scales and without any translation and without any adaptation to use it in Nigeria, for instance. Very easy, very cheap. And this is a curse, I think, I believe. Why? Well, because, and you may go, please, next slide. I give some examples, but I cannot see on this slide, unfortunately. Maybe I can rather read. You can have a PhD thesis very easily using this type of title. For instance, the effects of self-esteem and personality traits on life satisfaction, or influence of attachment styles, distress, and social support on marital violence. You do not need to do anything, any field study, but just use 4 or 5 scales made in America, and they are personality scales, and then correlate them, or what people call multiple regression analysis. And you get some results, but they have nothing to do with Africa or Nigeria, except that it is in title or subtitle written that is done in Lafia, in Kefi, in Nasarawa State, and so on. What is really missing is study situations, in which situations people find themselves. You cannot study stress, for instance, without studying stressors. There are, and I read and heard of studies on post-traumatic stress disorders, but there was nothing about the situations creating personal or social trauma. What does it mean? That you have to go to the field and ask people what happened to them when they attacked by bandits, by whoever. What happened there? No, because this was situational, and you have to use situational local resources. It is much easier just only to use post-traumatic stress scale or any other perceived stress or distress or type of quality of social support. without measuring the situations. So it is my deep conviction and belief that it is very important that a remodeled psychology in Africa and Nigeria should study the situations in which people are. Now, to give you some examples from family psychology, there are studies, for instance, on parenting styles: authoritarian, authoritative, permissive, neglectful. However, these are also scales from America, where parental styles are measured differently because there are no items there there are items there which do not fit to an African context, to Nigerian context. And there are also some items being here on this continent, in this country, which do not appear in African and American scales. For instance, spanking or other type of physical punishment. All people with whom I talked as a psychologist, with other psychologists or students in psychology, they say that they were spanked. And they would be spanking their children when they become mothers or fathers. Now, you will not find such items in American scales. You must study situations. Now, the same thing is about attachment styles. There is old-fashioned work on secure, ambivalent, on insecure attachment styles from Bowlby or Ainforth. This is old, useless. It's good for America. It's not here. Why? Well, now I refer to Heidi Keller, my colleague from ICCP, German psychologist who spent years on a field work in Cameroon, Western Cameroon. And what did she find? Which you know, all you here, Nigerians, other Africans, that attachment styles in an extended family are diffused because there are many parental figures, not just one mother and one father. There are aunties, there are older sisters, and other community women. And all or most of the people I spoke, mainly women, they would say, well, I was raised by my auntie. I was raised later by my senior sister and so on. Or my child is now given to my sister for protection for some years to go. So to study attachment styles, you cannot resort to American nuclear family models. It's wrong. It will not give you any interesting and relevant results. And even if you go to international conferences, it will not give you interest because you are just replicating other studies. But when you say that attachment styles in Nigeria are different because there is multiple parenting, then it becomes really very interesting and people just will open their eyes. Now, I spoke on other conferences many times about macro psychology, because about attachment, about parenting, these are micro level problems. Can you go further some slides? Now, more, please. More, please. More. Yeah, I was talking about this. Go ahead. More. Now, cultural dimensions. Here I have two triads which are very applicable to study, to cross-cultural study, also to characterize Nigeria. Traditionality triad, which is religiosity, power distance, and family collectivism. And for instance, in Nigeria and many other countries in Africa, the traditionality triad is very high. Then we have task orientation, which it's almost no time there. So what I really want to say that it is very important to study such important cultural dimensions as power distance in particular. Nigeria is #1 in power distance in the world. What is power distance? Power distance is asymmetry of interpersonal influence plus celebrating the those who are in power by various practices. This is very important, and it is not done. No other dimensions are being studied like this. The last, what I would like to tell you, to show you, and this will be the very last. Please go ahead. This will be the last slide which I would like to show you. Go ahead, please. I will finish in a few moments. Yeah, this one, one before. Well, I propose that we study, that we practice psychology at 4 concentric levels: personality and self, which is what most African psychologists do, at least in this country. But then we have family, work, socioeconomic situations, particularly economic situations. Well, in a country where about 100 million people starve, there is problem of hunger, it is more important than anything else to study the stress because of poverty and hunger. Very few studies touch this situation. Now, the third concentric level, it is traditionality and orientation triad. This is macro level, cultural dimensions. So it is how the country can be characterized in a cultural sense, with which cultural dimensions as being dominant. Well, in Nigeria, for instance, power distance is the key to understand Nigeria, the key factor. And the last one, it is out of Africa, world relations. It is task that is direct offline contacts, for instance, immigration, but also symbolic online through media, through TV and so on, when people learn new models of living, of dressing, of behaving, of sexual relations, whatever. So this is the last moment. In the middle of that, we have personality and self, which is in fact the reality of teaching in Nigeria and research using American scales. Then we have 3 types of situations: immediate situation, which is family and work, socioeconomic situations. Then national, which is cultural dimensions, which characterize the country, which are inhibitors or propellers of growth. And then international situations, which are out of the country, and they also influence people through immigration or through direct contacts, indirect contact through media. So, sorry for talking to you longer than I and the organizer thought. Thank you for your attention.
We can do more for Prof. Please, let's put our hands together for Prof. He has tried at his age. Thank you, our dear Prof, for that wonderful presentation. Please, we want to take at least 5 persons, 5 presentations first, before we take questions together. Thank you. I don't know if we have these persons here now. Professor J. Spile. We will take those online presentations later. Michael Ezenwa. Professor Michael Ezenwa is not here. Okay. Dr. Akim Kenku. Akim Kenku. By the time we call the person is not here, we may not have time to come back. Okay. Now, please let's have Joy Ngodon Gua. Please let's put our hands together for her. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Good afternoon, professors in the house. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joy Ngodo Gua. I'm from Federal Medical Center, Makodi, and I'm doing adjunct lecturing at a private university in the state. And I became interested in this topic because I started lecturing and I felt this is a space to talk about it. It's about psychology education, but it's about the AI war in academia. So that's the topic of my presentation. The AI war in academia between hypocrisy and progress. The background is that we now use AI for all aspects of academic research and writing. It has made literature reviews easier. It has made writing easier. And it even makes writing easier to read, especially for those people who are in non-speaking and English-speaking countries. And that is on one hand. And then on the other hand, universities sometimes prohibit or frown at the use of AI. And so AI is used by the university for plagiarism detection and all of that. So on one hand, we're using it. And on the one hand, the AI, which is prohibited by many universities, they still use it to detect the use of AI in writing. And that is a contradiction. And it shows that there is an institutional hypocrisy and confusion. I reshape scholarly practice in an accountability first work. That is my framework, accountability first framework. For arguments is that AI human intellect, not its replacement, because AI is born out of research. So if people have worked hard to this level of AI, then for us to say frown at AI would not be the correct thing. We should see it as an extension of human intellect. The method I used for this paper was a theoretical and an analytical design based on studies I read from 2015 to 2025, based on psychology education, mental health policy, and competency-based framework. So the key argument here is that AI is part of the continuum of academic innovation. We started from typewriters. We moved to a point where papers were written and we had to go to the library to look for papers. Then Google came, we had online literatures, and now we had reference managers. Before, we have to write all of our references. You can imagine how hard it was to have a reference section. Now we have reference managers, all thanks to AI. So we are moving from typewriters to reference managers to AI now, which makes it very easy for you to even write the reference part of your work. So the real ethical question is accountability, not authorship. Human responsibility and transparency must guide the use of AI. So there are some ethical and legal questions. AI raises issues of originality, authorship, and research integrity. So the key challenge is, how do we balance innovation with ethical responsibility? Now, we're still saying that accountability, you must be accountable for the work you put out there, and you must be transparent on the use of AI. Now, we're coming to the institutional contradictions. Like we said, AI is embraced by the universities to detect the use of AI. Can we not leave that one and do it ourselves? But yet you are using AI to detect AI. And that weakens trust. It confuses policy and it penalizes creativity. So the focus should shift from prohibition to governance and education. Yes, there are cognitive risks and there are learning risks with the use of AI. And I understand because students become over-reliant on the use of AI. So it weakens critical thinking, but education must promote analysis, verification, and reflection. So while students use AI, the institutions should promote analysis, verification, and reflection. Then AI should support. It should not replace cognitive effort. And now we come to the arms race. Like we said, the arms race means universities penalizing the use of AI and yet using the AI. That's an arms race. So what are we saying? The solution is access authentic learning through oral defense. So let students come out, or people who write come out and defend what they've written about. I give you a speech writer analogy. Many presidents and of course other people rely on other people to write the speech for them. We know that. Most of the presidents and people who give speeches, they don't write those speeches themselves, but they stand behind those speeches. It is not they who write it, but they speak the speech. It is their idea and they stand behind whatever is said. So using that speech writer analogy, AI assists but does not own the content. So the ethical use will be accountability for ideas. And when you use it, you make sure that whatever you are using is accurate and your authorship remains human. AI aids articulation. So AI is a tool for progress. It is not plagiarism. Proper governance ensures equity, transparency, and innovation. The goal is responsible integration, not avoidance. My recommendations: we should recognize that AI is a human innovation. Yes. Develop ethical AI use policies, integrate AI literacy and ethics into curricula, encourage transparent disclosure without stigma. Very important. And of course, many people, many professors do not use AI. They don't understand how AI is used, but they say, declare if you used AI in your work. How do you know how I used it? So it's very important for the professors to get involved in the use of AI. So when I declare, you're going to understand what I declare. I may have used AI just for correction, but I declare. And then you don't know how I use the AI and you stigmatize. You feel like, oh, all of this paper, ChatGPT just, vomited everything out. So we are saying that we want to encourage transparent disclosure without stigma, but we should strengthen critical thinking, creativity, and moral reasoning. So this is ethical disclosure example. So I use AI in my writing. How do I declare it? So you will say the author conceptualized, drafted, and verified the manuscript. AI used for language refinement and reference formatting only. So here, the author is accountable for his work. Whatever mistakes are in that work, the author would answer for it because the person is saying the ideas in this work, it's mine.
Why? Why?
Hello. Hello. My name is Kayode. My name is Kayode Guntuashi. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. I need clearance. I need to know if I can start, please.
The technical group are
Okay.
still battling with that.
Okay.
Do we have Busra Afolabi Aroyehun here? Aroyehun is not here. And Ukachi Madukwe.
I'm presenting a paper on counseling psychology trend in Africa, a comparative study of Nigeria and South Africa. I was very happy when this conference was announced, and it gave an opportunity for what I have been hoping to do, which is to validate what we are doing as counseling psychologists in Nigeria. Please take note. When I say counseling psychologist, I mean counseling psychologists trained in the Department of Psychology, not those trained under education. And this is very important because we always have this challenge. And as I present this paper, you will begin to appreciate why that seeming discrimination or demarcation is important. I'm presenting this paper with Associate Professor Noma Onyediri, Dr. Victoria Chukudi, and Dr. Kasmia Nwankwo. Definition: counseling psychology is an applied profession of psychology itself. It's one of the applied areas, and it has its key distinctions from other applied psychology. One is that it aims to enhance human development and guide behavioral change. It promotes well-being and good health, and it aims to prevent mental health disorders. We've had a lot about mental health, and I was very touched by the very real experience of someone who have had this issue. So counseling psychology is very distinctive in the sense that one of our work is to prevent it. Now, historically, when we talk about counseling psychology, there is historical development across Africa. And when we started this research, we come to realize that the first point of call was South Africa. Psychology itself is dated back to 1917 in South Africa and 18 in Egypt. Also, when we come to counseling psychology, it also started there before it started in Nigeria. So the history of counseling psychology, like it is globally, starts with the history of psychology anywhere. And then we also have similar experiences as the others in Africa. I understand through this research that South Africa, as at 2016, has 13 institutions that offer counseling psychology at the master's degree level. While in Nigeria now, we have about 6 institutions that offer counseling psychology. What's the trend? The trend is that there is a pre-colonial traditional counseling. We had our way of doing counseling here before the colonial masters came. That's what we mean by pre-colonial traditional counseling. And we have it, we had it, we still have it in some, if you go to some rural areas. For example, you have community visitations. People go to visit with you. During death, in the case of loss, we have, if a woman had lost her husband, we have other women going to commiserate with her, stay with her during those mourning periods. And then, so the trend is that from those pre-colonial days, we went to the post-colonial formal counseling psychology period, where we now adopted the counseling psychology as it came from the Western world. And then the current trend and indigenization of counseling psychology is, and I also came in contact with the transformative curriculum that they are doing very well in trying to implement. So assuming we are showing this slide, you will now see the history of psychology across Africa. And from this history, I got to know that each one of us, the former psychology, started after independence. And counseling psychology has not been old. I think it's the oldest in South Africa from 1974. In Nigeria, it is just 2008 that we started training people in counseling psychology. Now, objective of this study, it is aimed to compare counseling psychology in Nigeria with South Africa with the aim of providing empirical evidence of the need to harmonize counseling psychology training between the two countries. Then, the major focus areas is one, we are looking at the curriculum, we are looking at their licensure and regulation, ethics, and then the challenges and prospects as experienced in the two countries. This study, to carry out this study, 8 universities were investigated. The 4 from South Africa, University of Johannesburg, Rose University, Nelson Mandela University, and University of Pretoria. They were all investigated through their websites. While the universities in Nigeria include the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Imo State University, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu University, and the Ebonyi State University. Those were investigated through their department. So informed consent was sought to get their curriculum that we use in this evaluation. The method was purposive. Inclusion criteria is for the universities that are offering masters in counseling psychology in the Department of Psychology and that have relevant information on their websites, and also these websites were accessible. Now, research design is a qualitative exploratory study. The aim is to get some insights and also inform further research. Data collection, all data collected were textual in their style. And then what I mean by that is that the form of data is textual, not numbers. All right. So to validate this information, we also gathered information from published empirical studies on counseling psychology, and in Nigeria as well as in South Africa. The analysis was conducted using thematic analysis. Now, when we compared the development and regulation of counseling psychology in Nigeria and South Africa, there were these are the basic things we found. In Nigeria, counseling psychology is domiciled in psychology department in the Faculty of Social Sciences. In South Africa, in most of the universities, it was domiciled in the Faculty of Humanities, except for Nelson Mandela University, where it is under Health and Lifestyle. In Nigeria, the program is 18 months, a year and 6 months. In South Africa, it's 2 years. In Nigeria, you acquire master's degree, Master of Science in Counseling. In South Africa, you acquire Master of Arts. Now, South Africa has a regulatory body, okay? The Health Professional Council of South Africa, to which South Africa Psychology Board belongs to, and it is through this psychology board that you get your permission to practice in South Africa. One is that definition of counseling psychology is the same. All right. Hello. So the definition of counseling psychology is the same. Each of these countries recognize counseling psychology as important in promoting health and well-being, as important in mental health counseling. It is stated clearly that counseling psychology is important in mild and moderate mental conditions. And also, it is in South Africa, we found out that they have been able to domesticate counseling very well because of the practice of community projects during their training. They have 1 year community project for their students. This is something we don't do in Nigeria. Now, there is a clear, the second theme we got is efforts at indigenization and decolonization of counseling psychology for social responsiveness. There is a clear effort in South Africa to indigenize counseling psychology. They use their counselors to respond to what is happening here and now. They try to bring them to that level. And this is something we need to begin to do here in Nigeria. Then, so we have 5 findings, but I don't have time. So one of the major recommendations is that there is need for us here in Nigeria to get involved in very rigorous efforts to get counseling psychology to become socially responsive. For example, the internship period we have now is 6 months. So our curriculum needs to consider changing it to a 1 year internship program, and also moving into using counseling psychology in community psychology, doing the community counseling project programs during the master's degree program. Also, okay. Finally, I would like to stop by saying that from this research, we have learned that it is really, really important for us to begin to form collaborations with South Africa, like what Dr. Eva was telling us here, to help us build a counseling psychology that is very responsible or very responsive to Nigerian situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mrs. Anne Madukwe, fellow Nigerian Psychological Association. Let's put our hands together for her again. Yes, just that you did not submit your slide for us to see. Please, for all other presenters, please submit, come to this place and submit, give them your slide so that we can follow you as you are doing your presentation. Please, just come here, give them the paper so that they can display it while you are speaking. So you are welcome. Thank you so much. At the right time, we will ask you a few questions. Now, can we take Egbuna Sunday? Oh, sorry. What about, is Professor Gotuase is it ready now? Are you also ready? Okay, let's bring Professor Gotuase online, please. Professor Gotuase.
Hello. Can I start, please?
Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you so very much. First, let me state how happy I am to have this opportunity to speak to our people, not only in Nigeria, but across several countries in Africa and beyond. My name is Oguntoashe. I'm Kayode Oguntoashe. I'm one of the very few people that have had the opportunity to study psychology at the University of Lagos in the 70s. And I was very excited to listen to Professor Bosky, who was, while I was a student, head of Department of Psychology, JOS. At that time, Mundekasu was the founder and professor of Psychology Department in Lagos. Now, my brief is to serve as an adjunct provocateur at this conference. And my understanding of that is to use the experiences that I've had, both teaching and research and community service, use the experiences gathered in these three zones to provoke our thoughts, to stimulate our thinking about what we have been doing in psychology so far, what we have been doing right, what the pitfalls have been, and chart a course forward for the growth and development of psychology. Now, as I began to think about how to tackle these issues, it dawned on me that three issues will be sufficient for the moment. And in their order of importance, they are first, the role of Darwin's theory in our understanding of psychology. Properly speaking, I should have said the misunderstanding of the theory of Darwin by psychologists. It seems to me that not too many psychologists are aware of the pivotal role of Darwin's influence in the psychological enterprise. When Darwin published The Origin of Species in 1876, it became a huge revolution in epistemology, because for the first time in human history, a theory was put about that attempted to explain the very nature, that thing that stands at the core of human nature. How people, how animals, how living organisms respond to the challenges thrown at them by the environment. A while ago, Professor Bosky talked about Kurt Lewin's fundamental theory. Okay, behavior being a function of environment and personality. It was Darwin that first drew our attention to the relationship. Now, what Darwin said, the central thesis in Darwin's 1876 Origin of Species, is that natural selection pits an individual against other individuals in the environment during the process, during the struggle for adaptation and survival. I want to underscore that word individual. As individuals compete for resources, and these resources include food, water, shelter, and mates as they compete against one another. Those who survive that struggle somehow become adapted to the environment, they become better suited for the environment, and somehow their genes are selected for. Okay, now, this idea has been taken to mean that the only entity that directly benefits from the process of natural selection is that individual. Or more precisely, as Dawkins put it, the individual's selfish gene. Now, the work of Darwin has been taken as one of the most pivotal works in the West that has shifted the direction, the progression of scholarship generally, not only psychology, but scholarship generally in the direction of individualism. So you have Darwin, you have Malthus, and you have Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. These three put together, it has been argued, are responsible for laying the foundation of individualism that now pervades scholarship in the West. Let me go back a bit. Darwin published The Origin of Species in 1876. Many psychologists, in my view, have either not read Darwin himself in the original, or have perhaps read only Origin of Species. But if you give yourself the liberty of reading the same Charles Darwin's Expression of Emotions in Man and Animals, which was published 4 years before The Origin of Species, you would see that Darwin's central thesis in The Origin of Species has been misinterpreted. The central thesis in Darwin's 1872 Expression of Emotions in Man and Animals, and I believe this is even far more relevant to psychology than Origin of Species. His central thesis here is that, and I'm quoting directly from him, the most human of all human traits springs from an inherent groupness. The most human of all human traits springs from an inherent groupness. He defined inherent groupness as the capacity to interact with more than one member of the group at the same time. The capacity to interact with more than one member of the group at the same time. When I heard Professor Bosky talk about Haider's great works in the Cameroons, saying that in Africa, attachment of the baby is not directed only at the mother. Attachment of the baby, in virtue of how Africans lived, attachment of the baby is directed to multiple people in the child's environment. That Hyder's conclusion resonates powerfully with Darwin's definition of inherent goodness as the capacity to interact with more than one member of the group at the same time. In other words, the group is primal, and the progression of evolution may very well be from the group to the individual and not the other way around. So in Africa, we got it right at the beginning. Our ethnology, our spirituality, our commonality, everything about how we related to one another as individuals and as groups, placing appropriate emphasis on the group, making individuals attain their identities from the group, is far more productive than laying the emphasis on individuals. So, indigenous African psychology is about, and has always been about, group life. Group life is characteristic of Africans and their psychology. And I think that cross-cultural work, ranging from West Africa to even Palestinians basing their babies outside, with local children gathering around every morning, and in the process socializing them into a life that values the community. And I'm talking about the work of Gottlieb and Deloche. To the readiness of African mothers providing breast milk to babies that are not their own, to the works of Duro Jaye way back in the 70s in East Africa, uncovering the indulgent, nurturant environments of African babies who are being fed, who are being handled, who are being cuddled, who are being stimulated by multiple others. That is the direction. Now, if you think these are anecdotes, I want to draw your attention to some empirical work that is in the last 10 years at least, being done to provide evidence for the need to shift from the individual to the community. And I refer to the work of Bradley, Benjamin Bradley. He and I were PhD students in the same lab. But he went to Australia and he's only just retired as an emeritus. What Bradley did was that he would bring babies, 6 to 9 month old babies in their buggies into the lab. After their mothers have settled them down, the mothers would leave the lab and the babies would be arranged in groups of 3s or 4s and be left alone with several cameras trained on the faces and the torso and the feet of each child. And after the babies have done their thing and their mothers have collected them back, the recordings will now be subjected to a frame by frame analysis. Let me spare you the details. The details are published anyway. The results that I imagine from such studies is that whilst one baby engages the attention of another baby by looking at that baby and perhaps holding a toe, the other baby would also look at the baby next to him or her, engage his attention, and also hold his or her toe. And before you know it, the third infant, all the three infants are engaging each other. You have to do microanalysis to see the direction of gaze, to see what each baby is doing at what time, and map the activities on a frame by frame platform to see the proto conversations taking place among these, trios or quartets of very, very young babies that are 6 months to 9 months. So, without preempting your thoughts on the matter, I want to ask, isn't it time we divested ourselves of the prejudices of the West that we inherited? I know that John Bowlby was very, very influential in using Darwin's theory and to argue for this attachment between dyads, between mother and child dyad, which has become pervasive, that has become deeply rooted in Western psychology, and it's doing a lot of disservice to our understanding of proper behavior, proper human behavior. I think it's time to reconsider, to at least take a second look, particularly against the evidence that is now, emerging from different laboratories around the world. So I'm suggesting, with respect to the issue number one, this provocation number one, that we begin to look critically at the theories that we take from the West, or from anywhere for that matter. Let me remind you that psychology in the East, psychology in the old Soviet Union, psychology in the present day China and Russia and Asia are totally different. Many of our students and some of our researchers and professors are perhaps not aware of the dichotomy between psychology of the East and psychology of the West. Human nature may be one, but the perspectives that we take of human nature may very well be a function of our own cultural experiences. And in this regard, I'm suggesting that a proper understanding of the theories of Darwin is in fact in alignment with indigenous African psychology. That is my own personal thought, but I'll leave that for you to ruminate over. The second issue that I thought I would present for your consideration has to do with the concept of dualism. Without going into the details, we all know what dualism is. Dualism as opposed to monism. The prevalence and the depth of our belief in Africa indicates that we are committed to our concept of spiritual beings. We are committed to the concept of spiritual beings and entities shaping, impacting, and perhaps in some cases, controlling the behavior of men and women in Africa. This cannot be denied unless you don't live in Africa. Western scholarship, particularly in psychology, particularly after the Renaissance, divested itself completely from the influence of dualism. In the West, what matters is matter. It is the material world. And psychology also has borrowed that concept, that behavior is material. That is, behavior is only anything that can be objectively measured. But what about the spiritual content of our being? Shouldn't we really be looking closely at this possibility, particularly against the background of what happens around us? Witchcraft, miracles, and so on. And in any case, can't we put something on the ground that would enable us objectively answer the question, is there really a ghost in the machine, as Kusler asked in 1967? Don't let's take their answer for it. Let us ask the question ourselves and try to provide an objective answer. I think the first university in the UK to establish a parapsychology unit to answer this question was at the University of Edinburgh, and this was in 1985. Before that, only one university in the West did it in 1932 in the United States, and the department closed shop. The one in Edinburgh is still running. It was initially funded by Arthur Koestler Foundation himself. When the man died, Arthur Koestler wrote the book, The Ghost in the Machine, which we read, as undergraduate students. When he died, he left a large sum of money and established that foundation that set up that unit in 1985 in Edinburgh. I want to suggest that national associations, national psychological associations like MPA, or perhaps even PAPO, should consider establishing a similar outfit maybe one in each region, and find funding, you know, because issues of spirituality are so crucial to our existence in Africa. Let us find out whether it is real or not, using the tools of science, of course. My third and my last, provocative issue is to take you back on a journey when, psychology started in Africa, particularly in Nigeria, being the largest country on the continent. We had teachers that were committed, teachers like Zabowski, Monte Castle, and so on, that several chapters have been written on the historical development of psychology in Africa. So we can, we can read them. But far more importantly, when we are reading them, is to try and recover what those things were that we did well, and also identify what the inadequacies were. In my view, some of the pluses include class sizes. Class sizes were small, ranging between 25 and 35 in those days. Teachers were well trained with PhDs, and they came from all over the world, unlike what obtains now, where if you go to a university in a particular state, close to 90% of the lecturers there will come from that state. Tutorials were run on a weekly basis. Laboratories were well equipped. There was funding for research. There was funding for attendance at attending conferences, and conditions of service were favorable to what they were in Europe and America. I mean, the teaching environment was democratic. This is not the place to give you the details, but a few will suffice. I mean, we had teachers at the University of Lagos, for example, that taught us. But we also had people who came from, Dr. Shorian came from TEDRO. TEDRO was the testing, development and testing arm of WAEC. Mr. Wakaneme from OED, Overseas Economic Development, Professor Liko Iransom Kuti. I mean, psychology, we did many things, in my humble view. We did many things right. But of course, those were days when tuition fees were paid. I'm glad, at least in Nigeria, the present government is offering assistance to students. So fees can be paid. When fees are paid, teachers can be properly remunerated, laboratories can be equipped, libraries can be equipped, and so on. Students came from all over, from Kenya, from South Africa, from Canada. Universities were truly universal in nature and outlook, and psychology played a central role in the life of the university. So the last thing I want to say is to involve our students, as we did in those days. Involve students, involve them, groom them early. Strengthen, let each department have a teacher that will serve as a liaison officer between staff and students' bodies. So students can begin to publish even while they are studying. They can begin to run their own magazines and let our professional bodies like Nigerian Psychological Associations begin to apply for research grants as MPA, so that the kind of work that was done in the United Kingdom in the 60s, we all remember the sudden infant death syndrome that plagued them in the 60s. It was the department at the University of Bristol that responded and carried out this large-scale research that showed that when babies are placed on their back and not on their bellies when sleeping, the so-called sudden infant death would abate. And that happened. There was a 70% reduction in sudden infant death syndrome thereafter. So to conclude, the success of this exercise, in my view, will be judged by the frequency and quality of the discussions that we have been able to stimulate at this conference, which may perhaps snowball, thereafter. Fortunately, we are all living now in the digital era, which means that we can employ social media tools for our advantage in sustaining an awareness of the issues that have been raised, not only by myself, but by others at this conference. And lastly, as psychologists, it will be expected of us to harvest the feedback from such discussions and perhaps set up a committee to process them and make recommendations. This task I would leave in the competent hands of PAPU. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Yes. Yes, what will happen is this. You will tell us who you are directing your questions to, so that we know the person that will answer the question. You understand? So, yeah, you are raising up your, I've not seen anybody. Yeah, okay, one here. Okay, Mama. Mama first. Number 1, number 2, number 3. That's all. So 3 questions. That is good. Oh, Baba. Yes, I will give you Mike. You will ask him. Yes. Please, Ma, go on with your question. To who? Yes, it's on, Ma.
General.
Okay. It's a general question.
Yes.
It's not for Cornell, so.
I think research is meant to help us to solve a problem or progress in the 5 areas of human development. So whichever one you are concerned with, the essence is that by the end of the day, there will be a benefit. For instance, to you, Are you talking about acculturation? Acculturation. No, 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 no. From your discussion, because oh, no, I'm coming. If you are talking about acculturation, what is the reason and what way forward? Then the second one is artificial intelligence. I don't know, I was not sleeping, but I didn't hear the definition of artificial intelligence and its need here in our universities. Then the third, the comparison between Nigeria and South Africa. What brought about the comparison and what is the importance, or what are the importance? And then finally, when you are writing your paper, be sure that the listeners will benefit and have something practical to take away, because psychology is not just the cognition. Cognition is thinking, but eventually, when you are thinking, you are supposed to plant something out of the thinking, that by the time I'm going back to my students or to my family, I should have something that I'm going to carry away with, so that I'll say, okay, this is what I have benefited from. Not just to go for breakfast and now whatever, but there's something I want to go away with, so that it will help to increase the practicality of our life. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe we can start from the Professor Boski to answer the acculturation aspect of the. Okay, yeah.
Please, this number 2. Prof, just hold on, sir. Number 2. Please, your question. Can we hear you from there? You want to come? Please, be fast. They're already telling us that we are behind schedule. The general came to warn me just now.
Professors and colleagues, good afternoon. My question goes to almost all. I have question for Boski, I have for Anne and the person that presented on AI. So my one to Professor Boski is, in your cross-cultural studies, did you do anything on ethic academic issues, or the collectivism and individualism, and how does it affect psychopathology in Africa? Then to Anne, Prof has already said something, but in your comparison with the curriculum of South Africa and Nigeria, I was looking at probably there are certain things you bring out that are new, which we are going to bring out in our curriculums. So because all the essence of this thing is to bring out, develop new things. So I don't see the new things. Is it just comparison for its comparison? At this level, we are not just doing comparison things. What are the things that we have to change in our curriculum that will bring a change? Then for the AI person. So my question to her is, you are saying that AI should be encouraged in the way it is. But if you look at what the current trend that's happening now, all the professors in universities overseas get frustrated with what AI is saying. People are copying the verbatim. So do you encourage maybe, will there be any new things, any ingenuity from any person? How will AI in that aspect encourage ingenuity and the new things, new findings? Thank you.
Number 3, please just be brief because we are beyond schedule now. They're already telling us that we have just 20 minutes for us to close. And I don't understand.
Yeah, my question, goes to Professor Bosky. Well, it has to do with the usage of foreign instruments for our research purposes. In as much as I really, appreciate that advice and I agree with you. But the fact remains that I think, for example, my humble self, I developed a skill on job frustration to 2016, and which is okay. But I still believe that, what is your own opinion concerning standardizing an existing skill which was developed in somewhere like US or any of the European countries to our own usage? I think it's still acceptable. You standardize it, you work on the items to make sure that it's okay for our system here.
I would say no, but
Number 4. Who is the nice? Okay. God wanted to quickly. Wanted to.
Well, thank you everyone who attended, and the questions are interesting. Acculturation is one of my main fields of research for over 40 years, but not in Nigeria. I think that, well, if a new program at NSUK is introduced on social cultural psychology, this could also work. For instance, what really attracts me is to what extent NYC corpers can be regarded as individuals who acculturate to other states in the federation. Well, it is, you go, let's say, from Lagos to Maiduguri or from Cross Rivers to Sokoto, it is the same country. But, well, sometimes it may look like going to another country. It's not the same language, it's not the same religion, and so on and so forth. So I think that I believe that I know of NYC since 1970. I think it's absolutely fundamental. And of course, some acculturation programs could be done. I work now with NYC corpers as my research participants. And I know that they are camped here and there. I know that there is some kind of adaptation for them, but I think it would be very interesting if they could go through certain courses on the state, which when they spend a year, and preferably if they could be hosted by families in a given state, because it would give them more direct experience in the life of other Nigerians, well, who are from other ethnic groups. And this kind of acculturation research is not usually practiced. It's much more often done with immigrants. I think there are so many Nigerians around the world, in America and in Europe, that there is a need for studies on them. Well, to what extent and how much they acculturate, like your colleague, a professor from Edinburgh. or to what extent they stay separately. Well, I think I participated in June in a conference organized by the branch of NPA, Social Psychology. It was on immigration and acculturation, but not very many topics were there. I think that these are excellent topics to study immigrants from Nigeria and other countries. Now, considering your question about standardization of scales, now I wouldn't say that all of the scales that are presently used in Nigeria are useless, but I would say that many of them are useless because they have been, whether it is America or in UK or even in Poland, if there are any, the life conditions are so different, whether you consider family or work, that what are the items? The items which you have in scales, in psychometric scales, come from the experience that that is common for in a given country. So in this sense, they are indigenous. Now, there are many situations in public life in Nigeria that you will not find itemized in the scales, because these items, the items from foreign scales, do not correspond with Nigerian experience. And the items which are typical, which would be very important, very interesting in a, let's say, Nigerian or African scales, do not appear there. Well, many types of, let's say, work interactions. Now, if I read, for instance, condolences or letters of wishful goodwill messages or congratulations within organization to other colleagues, these things are not practiced everywhere else. Whereas here they're very important. So perhaps when you read on internet, on WhatsApp, this kind of condolences, congratulations, and so on, they tell us something about organizational climate. Very typical for Nigeria, but never met in the West. So yes, I say, please, psychologists in this country, work hard with your students to establish, to create new research instruments, and do not use, because it is in English, it is easy, ready-made, that we can take ready-made questionnaires from elsewhere. I don't think it is correct, and I think it is very much against the climate of this conference. This conference, I think, is very much focused on creating new things, of being creative and innovative in measures and in theoretical approaches in African psychology, and not just importation. What someone said a few words about emic ethic. Now, this kind of importation that many Bature psychologists, cross-cultural psychologists like myself, criticize, it is that the Bature psychologists bring to Nigeria, to other countries, ready-made by them, tools and questionnaires. But this is worse, because Nigerian psychologists or other maybe African psychologists do the same. They import these things to the country. It's not the Bature psychology. So please, I think that it is in line with this conference to indigenize. That means to create a real psychology for this continent. And I think it's a bit strange that I am talking about this. I think that.
Thank you, Prof. Let's put our hands together again for Prof. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you. Please, because of our time, you will forgive us. You can see that another soldier just came now. He was about to arrest me. I was just pleading. You saw me. That's the soldier beside Zamani there. That we should round up. But I just pleaded that we still have 5 presenters. So what we do now is each presenter will have 5 minutes. You just tell us the major aim, the problem, how you have been able to solve the problem, your conclusion, your recommendation in 5 minutes, please. So now I will call Professor Deborah Adewuyi. 5 minutes. Your time starts now. Clap for her, please. Please clap for her. She's one of the soldiers who said she's going to arrest me after now. I bid you now, Air Force officer. 5 minutes.
All existing protocols duly observed. I'm here, I want to really discuss, when we look at our teams, vision, and what our students really presented, it has to do with psychology curriculum in Nigeria. I believe you have started the presentation and the slide is not on. It has to do with Nigerian psychology curriculum, a way forward. And I've decided to talk about our CCMAS. The CCMAS is an improved curriculum in Nigeria, but with a lot of misconceptions. It's an improvement to BMAS. BMAS is more theoretical. It's because of the time I'm just trying to summarize. And when you look at the CCMAS, you need to have proper understanding. All the 6 groups that the student address has been addressed from CCMAS. I am practically involved from my own university. During the time of implementation of CCMAS, I was the head of department. And psychology department in LASU came second in our presentation. CCMAS give room for 70%. 70% as an agreed curriculum. 30% that has to do with environment. And that environment, each department will look into the environmental problems. Then you decide, for example, we have some courses like Lagos traffic, Lagos transport and traffic. And there are collaborations as regards it. I believe this slide should be on. And there are collaboration with School of Transport and LASMA in Lagos for Lagosians, for residents in Lagos to really acclimatize themselves to Lagos environment. Because when you come to work in Lagos, like the president-elect of Papu was saying, that when you come to Lagos, you don't have to stop. You need to understand. If you don't understand Lagos, and that 30% of the curriculum, we really address it. Then too, when we talk about CCMAS, there are certain things you need to provide in psychology. It's more than lecture hours. There is lecture hours, there is practical hours, and it's stipulated there. There is no way you will not be an expert, you teach any course. For example, I teach psychology of substance abuse. And that psychology of substance abuse, you can't teach it all in the classroom. You need to collaborate. And I do collaborate with NDLEA, with NAFDAC, ISOP. And I tell you, during the last World Drug Celebration, my department and Drug Free Club of NDLEA, stated in LASU, collaborated with the office of the wife of the governor. And I tell you honestly, we've incorporated creative thinking and action. That is psychodrama. And it has given them an award. And I tell you honestly, the wife of the governor gave Wadai Club last 1 million naira. And all the students that participated in the drama, even up to the director of NDLEA, Buba Marwa, they were awarded. The Ministry of Youth in Lagos. So what we are saying, when we are talking about CC maths, we need to understand it. It's good for psychology. It's good for practice. It's good for psychological services. So, next slide, please. 4 pillars of curriculum. Now, like CC maths, what do you know about psychology? That is gaining the psychological knowledge. What you have to do with it is service. And how do you live with people? By the time you offer psychological services to the community will solve their problem. You'll be able to be yourself, you'll not be another person. And you'll be able to live a purposeful life. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now, when we're talking about stages, we have 7 stages of curriculum development. And CC maths really actualize this. In the Department of Psychology, LASU, we see we have 6 laboratories. It's functioning. There is no way you implement CC maths without laboratories. We have the psychotherapy. This is for practicum in psychotherapy. That's Psych 411. Nobody should graduate, have BSc psychology with psychological virus. What do I mean by psychological virus? When you have psychological problem, you graduate with it. Your BSc certificate is having psychological virus. CC maths has really treated this. What the students are saying, there are some lecturers, they don't equip themselves. When you go through, because it's 5 minutes, and I know my president, he will say stop. Now, when you look at the CC maths, there is implementation there that creative thinking, solution provider, psychological services. There is what for 4C of CC maths, communication. There is need to communicate this curriculum with the stakeholders, the students, the learners. This is what we are doing here. We are trying awareness of CC maths. I think it's very good. Awareness of CC maths, communicating the new curriculum to people, the students as one of the stakeholders, the community leaders, because the community has problem. And we are the solution provider. The policy maker needs to get the feedback. That is where the curriculum can be revised, can be evaluated, and it will be revised. Revision of it is what we are thinking. What is the weakness of CC maths? Is it too much digital? Is the AI involved? There is no way we can share with AI. That's the problem I want to have. Because in my own university, a lot of training, academic training, and when we are talking about hybrid, online teaching, we are doing a lot of ICT work training, lecturers, professors. And this is what the CC maths says. But when we're talking about PAPU, higher education, a signal for synergy, for collaboration, for African unison, then there will be need to revise CC maths. And they think Africa, my fatherland. We will go away with Eurocentric theories. The same thing is 30% of the curriculum of CC maths is indigenous psychology. Even in psychotherapy, that's what we call indigenous psychotherapy. I will say Odu mẹ́rìndínlógún, ọ̀wọ̀nràn méjì, èjì ògbè. How can we incorporate this into our psychotherapy? We can't shy away from it. The other time, Dr. Ann was presenting paper on counseling psychology. When you go to the community, they are in fact, they believe in the 16 Odus. How do you incorporate your psychotherapy? I remember when I had training on RBT, they were looking for people that will translate RBT to Yoruba language. Communication matters. Collaboration matters. we must go back to our culture, our belief system, so that we will be able to have psychology curriculum for Africa, for Nigerians, and for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm free now. So she will not arrest me after this program again. Clap for her again. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, but you have spoken. So he asks questions. There's one other person online. That's Professor Ronke Ukwetu. Please, let's bring her on 5 minutes, please. Professor Ronke Ukwetu.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, everyone. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to thank everyone for this opportunity to make this presentation. And more importantly, I want to thank the federal government of Nigeria who sent me to Gambia in 2023 under the program of technical aid course, which really exposed me to so many things that are happening regarding psychological education in the Gambia. And that is why, after completing the 2-year program on technical aid corps, and this conference came on board, I told myself that, and my colleagues, that no, it's worth sharing experience of what is really happening to psychological education in the Gambia. By way of introduction, of course, we have I've heard so many presentations on the origin of psychological education, right from South Africa, Ghana, and other neighboring African countries. Sorry, I've already sent my slide. I think if they can share it over there, that would be nice. As I was saying, there's no much difference from what people have said about decolonizing psychological education to situate the African culture into it. But it will shock you that in the Gambia, psychological education is grossly missing. Grossly missing in the sense that despite the fact that there are few universities that are in existence, just only one university that offers psychology as a program. And even at that, it is an online program and it is Islamic psychology. And this really bled my heart when I came on board. And after then, we told ourselves, myself and my colleague, that what do we do? This is our profession. There are so many psychological issues. How do we address them? Where do we start from? In the university I am, that is University of the Gambia, psychology is being taught as general requirement. As a general requirement, meaning that it is taught just like a JST or GNS courses to all students across board. And of course, it's just a semester course, which is not enough. And that made us to sit down to develop a curriculum for psychology. And when we came on board, we started that for good 2 years. We faced a lot of challenges, a lot of hindrances, a lot of frustrations. From the history that we got, that many people had attempted in developing a curriculum for psychology, and they are unable to scale through. And I told myself that no, I'm not a loser, I'm a battle winner, and this thing must see the light of the day. And that really made us to summon the courage to continue in that profession. Because of the time, of the limited time I have, I will just briefly tell you what, the historical background of the Gambia. Gambia as a country is a very smallest country in the West Africa with barely population of 2.8 million. That is as at this year, 2025. And it has 0.034% of the total population worldwide. It ranked 143 in the list of countries and dependents by population. And of course, as small as it is, it has a lot of institutions, and majorly they are culturally believed people, and the major religion there is Islam. So 95% of Gambia practice Islam. So why do we need to share this Gambian experience? Gambian education in the Gambia, just like any sub-Saharan country that we have listened to, that we have seen, that we have read, was introduced through colonial education system and prioritized these Eurocentric models and Western epistemologies. In fact, it's very common here, even up till now, up to the time that I'm making this presentation. Eurocentric models is what is applicable, and this Westernization, this Western culture predominates the culture of the Gambia. And of course, is really affecting so many things, affecting the educational system, affecting the administrative system, affecting the political system, affecting so many systems in the Gambia. Yes, back to the psychological education. The missionary schools and colonial curricula neglected the local languages, which we have seen in so many African countries. Spiritual traditions and communal values create a disconnect. There is a disconnect between the Western education and the lived realities of the Gambia. So there's a gross absence of psychology as a formal discipline in some of the universities that exist in the Gambia. And there's so much, neglect in the areas of practicing psychology profession, even in the ministries, in the health sector, in the university. So we try to. I compiled some of the universities for your information that exists in the Gambia, both government-owned and private-owned university. But it will shock you that in all these universities, only one university offered psychology. Not until late last year, when the University of the Gambia, who has been in the existence for the past 26 years, approved the curriculum that we developed, and we started psychology for the first time in the history of that university. Coming to the mental health issues, it will also shock you that in the Gambia, there are a lot of mental issues that are not unaddressed, because the professionals are not there, talk less of even psychologists. There is gross lack of clinical psychologists, health psychologists, and other areas of psychological professions which could have rendered professional services. And it will also shock you that, the Nunatis Act, of 1917 is still in effect. That is what is still being used. The act of shaming a psychiatric patient, shaming a psychiatric patient into the wall, into the bed, or into the tree, and whatever treatment that they have, they give to the person. Is really shocking and is really disheartening. And of course, you cannot rule out the cultural stigma, the spiritual interpretation, and all of that preoccupied the health sector of the Gambia. And of course, how do we gather this experience? We had to, identify some of the psychological educators. Of course, we have individuals who have retired from international organizations as a psychologists who are indigenous, but not really practicing in the Gambia. We had to identify them, and we adopted the key informant interview. We interviewed them. We went to the ministries and agencies to conduct a key informant interview. We did all that, and of course we put their informations together, and it was revealed that yes, they also concur with us that yes, these issues are problematic, and many people don't even have the understanding of what psychology is all about. And of course, they believe that yes, we need to integrate the language, the culture of the people into the teaching and practice. So many inputs were gotten from them, and even policy makers, they were interested and really gave kudos to what we are doing. And what we did actually was to make sure that yes, we sensitize the public by going to the radio and television for advocacy. And we recommended institutional control training of those who are online degrees in psychology to come for their postgraduate and domesticate their practices in the Gambia, which are still ongoing. So we are in the process, and I just felt that as we share this experience, that we have gotten from the Gambia in the last 2 years, different from what is happening in other sub-Saharan countries of Africa. So one could imagine that, when we are talking about Africa, there are still some African countries that psychology education is still not in practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ronke Upetu, for that wonderful presentation as a result of your experience in the Gambia. We appreciate you. So you just give us a few minutes. We take 2 more presentations, then we come to question and answer time. So the next presenter is Egbuno Sunday Ojimarojo. Is he here? Is the person here? Okay, he's not here. He has gone. Simbiat Matale Folonjo. Is the presenter here? Okay, please come fast. You have 5 minutes. And your time starts immediately.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody, our distinguished professors and everyone. My presentation is on the psychology of purpose and potential, understanding the link between self-discovery and mental well-being in African adolescents. My work surrounds adolescent support, and I run an organization called Girlity Foundation. Please, I don't know, you have my slides. Can you come up, please? Thank you. So I run an organization called Girlity Foundation, and there's a backstory. I started Girlity Foundation out of a personal experience. As a child growing up, I battled so much mental health issues, but at the time I didn't know what it was called as a child. I didn't even know it was a mental health issue. The fact that I was always nervous all the time, I had anxiety issues. Of course, there were factors, other social, psychological factors that, contributed to what I was experiencing, but I didn't know what it was. And I strongly feel like it is the same struggle with a whole lot of people, a whole lot of young people. They experience certain things, they start to ask questions. Who am I? Why am I here on earth? What am I to do? A lot of them don't have these answers, and they're looking for people to give them these answers. I remember not opening up to anybody that I was experiencing issues, that I kept asking myself questions, because I didn't even know what to call the problem. I didn't know what to tag it. And I believe it is the same for a lot of young people. But amazingly, I've been able to discover myself, and due to what I've been able to discover, I've been able to help over 1,000 other girls who are on their journey to self-discovery or who have already found their voices. Okay, so adolescence is a defining period for identity formation, self-discovery, and the search for purpose. Yet many young people across Africa struggle to navigate this developmental stage amid social, cultural, and psychological pressures. This paper explores the psychological relationship between purpose, discovery, and mental well-being among African adolescents, drawing insights from empowerment initiative with young people aged 9 to 24. And this paper is grounded in theories of self-determination, positive psychology, Erickson's psychological theory, and Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The study argues that purpose, defined as a sense of direction and meaning beyond oneself, acts as a protective factor that enhances resilience, self-esteem, and emotional stability. The paper also examines how community-based programs such as mentorship, life skills training, and psychoeducational interventions can promote purpose, clarity, and reduce symptoms of anxiety, helplessness, and low self-worth. Can I ask us all a question? How easy would your work be as a psychologist if you are dealing with people who already have a sense of purpose? How easy would your work be? Because when somebody has a sense of purpose, they have a well-rounded life. And maybe the issues, of course, there will be issues, but they wouldn't be so difficult or so serious an issue to deal with. We have higher rates of crime in Nigeria and the rest of Africa. And the major population is over 60% that are youths in Africa. And these are people who perpetrate crimes and who are also victims of crimes themselves. But can we think to ourselves, what difference would there be if they had a sense of purpose, self-awareness, and discovery? The journey to adulthood is marked by deep psychological exploration. For many African adolescents, the path to self-discovery is complicated by economic hardship, gender inequality, and cultural expectations that may stifle individuality. This is by Adu Gyamfi, 2021. The absence of a clear sense of purpose has been linked to mental health challenges such as depression, low self-esteem, and social withdrawal. Conversely, adolescents who possess a sense of purpose tend to display higher motivation, optimism, and resilience. I will bring this back to a young girl who started an organization at the age of 13, who I had the opportunity to host on my podcast called Girlity Podcast. This is also a resource arm for Girlity Foundation. And I asked her a whole lot of questions, and I could see the difference interacting with young people her age. She's now 16, but she has a very strong sense of purpose. And amazingly, she's done with secondary school, and I asked her, what do you intend to study in school? She said, yeah, I know, I want to do financial, she said she wanted to do something in the financials. But then I was like, okay, but what are you doing now? Have you applied? She said, no, that she wants to wait for 1 year. It was shocking to me. Which young person would you meet today and ask them, do you want to hold on for 1 year? I mean, there was a recent policy by the government that once a child is not 18, you don't get to go to the university. And parents went agog, and everybody is saying, no, why would my child sit at home? But if your child has a sense of purpose, I tell you, you won't even be in a hurry to send that child out. I'm studying psychology, clinical psychology today. I'm doing my MSc in clinical psychology because I do have a sense of direction now. But if you had asked me before, I would tell you, no, maybe I don't think about psychology. I wanted to be a pharmacist, but I ended up studying a course under education during my undergraduate. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the reflection from practice, or no, we'll go to the implications for psychology and policy for want of time. For African psychologists and educators, integrating purpose development into mental health and educational frameworks is essential. Counseling curricula can include modules on identity exploration, value clarification, and goal setting. Schools can adopt mentorship and peer support structures that encourage students to reflect on their strengths and aspirations. Policymakers, in turn, should prioritize youth mental health funding, emphasizing preventive and developmental approaches rather than reactive treatment. Purpose-centered psychology provides a culturally adaptive framework for enhancing resilience, motivation, and social responsibility among African adolescents. By aligning self-discovery with community contribution, the continent can nurture a generation of young people who are psychologically stable, socially engaged, and purposeful in nation building. In conclusion, I would say purpose discovery is both a psychological and developmental necessity. When adolescents understand who they are, what they value, and how they contribute to the world, they gain not only emotional stability, but also a sense of direction and support, long-term well-being. For African adolescents, cultivating purpose is an act of resilience and empowerment. It is therefore time for psychology, education, and public policy to recognize purpose not as an abstract idea, but as a cornerstone of mental health and social progress across the continent. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Can we have a round of applause to a professor in making? Take another.
Now we are inviting Reverend Father Godwin Okoye to come for his presentation. 5 minutes, please. 5 minutes. Reverend Father, 5 minutes.
I greet all of you. My name is Reverend Father Godwin Okoye, member, Nigerian Association of Clinical Psychologists. The title of the presentation is Consult Clinical Psychologist. It is put into a song. The purpose of the presentation is to provide enlightenment on the various areas clinical psychologists can be of help. I am aware that many of the problems in the world need psychological intervention, be it in the families, schools, government, towns, even in the religious arena. The brain controls what human beings do, and clinical psychologists are trained to take care of the wellness of the brain. Things go wrong in many areas because the way the people reason is faulty. This indicates that when the reasoning is corrected, the problem has a great tendency of reducing or stopping. Unfortunately, many lack the insight. Many don't know those many areas of work of clinical psychologists. Many psychologists also need to wake up and realize their various roles. Though I focus my attention on clinical psychologists, other psychologists are also involved. Unfortunately, many view the works of clinical psychologists as limited to psychiatric hospitals or teaching in the universities. I envision a situation in which clinical psychologists have to start working in various areas. We have many problems in the society that indicate that many people are sick. Sickness or mental sickness is not limited to those who are being admitted in the psychiatric hospitals. What of the many crimes being committed? Insecurity. Many of those things indicate that many people are sick. Clinical psychologists wake up Don't wait for people to employ you before you start working. On our roads, many of the security agents extort money from people. And many people give them bribe. Now, let me tell you, many will complain that the security agents are taking money from them, extorting money from them. But if you view that thing well, if you examine it well, you will notice that the people are those giving those security agents money. You may tell me that they are intimidating you. Yes, they are intimidating you. But many are those are giving them the money. I have studied this and noticed that many of them don't snatch the money from them. Well, I will not go into much details in this. But I can tell you that you can stand on your feet and resist that extortion of money. Well, everything must not be said on the stage. Consult us, and we tell you what to do. Or you consult me, I will tell you what to do. That is an example. What of stress? A lot of people pass through stress. Even many of the professionals pass through stress. Now, if you can't help yourself, how can you help others? We are complaining that we are not put in the scheme of service. I'm telling you, when you start working, when you start solving problems, many people will realize your value. I have limited time. I don't have to go into details in many things, but I put few things in song to let clinical psychologists know their roles and to let people know when to consult clinical psychologists. Technician, you can play it. You will view it on the screen. As you are listening to the sound, you'll be viewing the lyrics.
Clinical psychologist, to assess to prevent clinical lifestyle. This is my motto of my clinical clinical psychology, inexpensive defenses, when all Nasaki, mental health can be bred in our lives. So consult clinical psychologist to really position, to position. Reduce corruption, mental health can be bred in our lives. I'm so obsessed, clinical psychologist for intelligence project. No LXN readers, those fancy connotations, mental health and developing our lives. I'm so obsessed, clinical psychologist.
Thank you so much, Reverend Father Godwin Okoye. Please, you will spend
Yes,
more than 5 minutes.
This ended in verse 7, but you still have verse 8. It will not be played now. Verse 9 and verse 10. Verse 8 says, for the right attitudes, for the right orientations, for the right lifestyles. Verse 9, for healthy environment, for drug compliance, to avoid the relapses. Verse 10, in choosing occupations, to obey just laws in policy making. Don't you have enough roles in this? You have much roles, much works. Start working. We need to practice, not just theory. Start practicing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Reverend Father Godwin. Thank you. That was very awesome. Thank you. Please, can we give him a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you to all those who presented, and I apologize to people who have not presented. Definitely you will present tomorrow from 8 to 10. Is that okay? We do not have enough time for this now, so maybe we'll continue tomorrow, please. Yes, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed yourself and you had fun. Thank you very much. So tomorrow, from 8 to 10, we'll continue. People who have not made their presentations, we'll have it at the banquet hall. While here, we'll be having a trauma workshop, free trauma workshop for students. And our chairperson will be Her Excellency, Barrister Asiya El-Rufai. Can we give her a round of applause, please? Thank you, Barrister Asiya El-Rufai. And MPA workshop for Chartered Psychology inductees. An election will kick off tomorrow at the Executive Lounge. Professor Olukayode Afolabi, the president of MPA, will be in charge of that. He will be assisted by Professor Alex Shempe. Did I pronounce it well? Then the heads of departments plenary will be at the boardroom. This will be anchored by Professor Sats Cooper, the past president of Pan-African Psychology Union. Thank you very much. I'll be inviting Dito to continue from here. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the day.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to ask something very genuinely. I need you to answer in a chorus way, like I need the chorus answer. How were the sessions? Okay, I have only two things. There is wow, there is boom. How was the session? There is boom. Psychology, seriously? How were the sessions? Wow, beautiful. I understand some of us didn't make it. Sorry for that, but we have extended this to tomorrow, as my colleague said. So please, for those who didn't make it, tomorrow we're going to start early. 8 sharp, we should be here. So that also we should close up early. We have tried our best today to make this happen and to manage time. We are coming to an end, but before that, I would like to do this. Studio, are you ready for my video? Please, let's now go to this. Then after that, I would like to welcome Professor South Cooper, our chairman of the day, to come for the closing remarks. Then after that, we'll also go to the vote of thanks. Then we'll be going for a late lunch. I'll come to do some direction on that. Thank you very much for being patient. Thank you very much for being here with us since morning. Can you guys, come on guys. Yes, thank you. Studio, you're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Sunaranjalson, President of the Trinidad and Tobago Association of Psychologists. It is my honor today to bring to you greetings from Trinidad and Tobago and from our members to your first Pan-African Psychology Union Conference. This landmark event is an inspiration to us all. We wish you insightful discussions, powerful collaborations, and great success in the days ahead. We hope to collaborate with you in the future and learn from you. Have a great time, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the message. Now I would like to, before I invite Professor South Cooper, there is something that I said earlier. I promised to give you a gift, but because of time, allow me to do that tomorrow. The gift won't expire. Don't you worry. I'll give you the gift tomorrow when you have energy. Are we together? Please, Prof. You're welcome. A big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Listening to some of the presentations and seeing the abstracts, the theme that was set out by the president of the Pan-African Psychology Union of seriously examining our training and fitness for purpose in our contexts across the continent was exemplified by many of the key presentations here. With the permission of the NPA president and the PAPU president, I invite the editor-in-chief of the Nigerian Psychology Journal to be part of the inaugural African Psychologist Journal of PAPU, being the foundation for that theme that our president articulated. It doesn't mean we won't deal with other areas, it means we will, but in a collaborationist way. And that's why, together with the editor-in-chief of the Nigerian Journal of Psychology, we will publish the first or inaugural African Psychologist, that's the PAPU Journal, based on the presentations here. View your presentations and put them clearly in the way you articulated them, given shortness of time. You can explicate some of the areas appropriately in the usual format. And can we put a date to it, presidents, that we say all of you should submit, and by tomorrow you'll have the email address to submit it to in the first week of December, so that the process of working with you to shape the inaugural African Psychologist will proceed thereafter to be announced in the new year. So this is an internal arrangement, and that journal will then get published on a completely open access system. So you understand the implications of that. We did not want to do this earlier. We waited for this event to see what the pool was. And it's very clear that the opening and continued address by the PAPU president articulates what you have been thinking about. So it doesn't matter who you are. If you've presented here, even as a co-presenter, you will work with your other presenters to put this in an understandable format the first week of December, and we'll give you the date and the address, email address to submit to. That is in the spirit of how PAPU operates. PAPU does not work outside of its national members. And because the NPA is one of our founding national members, in 2012, with Ioana Mevani representing Nigeria, we want to involve Nigeria and other national bodies of those countries that presented here to be part of this initiative. But it will be a decision between the editor-in-chief of the Nigerian Journal of Psychologists and the PAPU designated person, so that it's very clear we don't have any issues on how we're going to do it. So tomorrow we will announce the date and the email addresses that all of you will submit. If there is anybody who hasn't presented and is from particularly another country, we will look at those for future editions. But there's enough material here to synthesize into a crisp, powerful, initial African psychologist that represents all of us into our countries, across the continent, and the world. With that, I want to thank you for your tremendous participation. Have a good evening, and we see you here tomorrow, fresh and bubbly at 8 a.m. Thank you.
A big round of applause. Thank you very much, Professor South Cooper. Without wasting time, may I now call upon the Secretary General, Nigeria Psychology Association, Dr. Oluyemi Peter Atibioke. Please come up front. For thanks. Please, a round of applause. Come to make some few announcements. And you're welcome.
Joe, since yesterday that he assumed that, don't go, please come back. That he assumed that responsibility. And the first thing I told him when I saw him, and I realized that he's not in Nigeria. And I asked him, are you married? He said, yes. If not, you know, we just gave out one of our daughters to a Tanzanian. We will have given you another one, but we don't. So can we please, don't clap the usual manner. Can we roll it together? Let's roll it together, roll it together, roll it together, and give it to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
On behalf of all our leaders in Nigeria, beginning from the PAPU president, the president-elect of that you have given to us to host this very first conference. We are indeed very grateful. We want to say thank you to all our members who travel from far away to be part of this very important conference. We are indeed very grateful. When I was told this afternoon by the General Secretary of PAPU that we are the host, we're actually the one expected to give the vote of thanks, I also assume that that's very important. People are traveled from different walks of life to be in Nigeria, some of them coming to Nigeria for the first time. And I told them that one of the things that Nigeria is known for is hospitality. You might have heard so many things about Nigeria, but when you come, of course, you know that Nigeria is a beautiful country. And that's why they say in our parlance here that, you know, the taste of a pudding is in the eating. And I'm sure you've been here for a few days now, and I still believe that you enjoy your stay. So on behalf of my president as well, our very powerful president, Professor Olukayode Ayolua Afolabi, all the National Executive Council. Funny enough, we have just few days to leave, you know, for a transitioning to happen. We'll be transitioning to another government. And Nigeria Psychological Association has maintained the integrity of smooth transitioning from one, you know, government to another. And we are very optimistic that that's what we're going to achieve in the next few days. We want to say thank you to all our leaders. I have one of my professors here, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of University of Ibadan. You know, is extremely busy, but he has found time to be here. Professor Peter was that let's begin to give our students a lot of platform to express themselves. Some of us have been in this profession for several years now, but the coming generation, you know, have a lot of input to make, but unfortunately, majority of them do not have the platform to do that. So we are grateful to our father, the PAPU president, for making this possible. And it is recorded for you. And to other delegates, this event continues tomorrow. And to the general, oh, it's my boss. So I'm grateful for the opportunity you've given to me to do this, to be able to bond together, you know, so that we can improve whatever we do. One thing that I've learned from this meeting are growing as, you know, hands to cover. But you know, nothing will move until all of us join our hands together. Thank you again. And as we go to, God will grant us safety. Thank you.
Praise for our Secretary. Please, can you join our hands together? Thank you very, very much. We are coming to an end of our program. Just to make some few announcements.
Thank you so much for your time and your patience. Brown glasses. Eyeglass. Please, I don't know if you saw it mistakenly. Please, can you hand it over to the ushers? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Area. We're going to start with our dignitaries, led by our president. Mr. Zamani, can you please just hold on? Okay, we're going for lunch. So dignitaries will go to the restaurant. They'll be led by the ushers, and later the rest will be going to the banquet hall. We say thank you again. Thank you. Thank you for being here since morning up to this time.
Thank you very much for being here, for your time, for your patience. We really appreciate you, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you.
Studio, give us some backup music. Thank you.